Ja, wel, dan moest je toch niet vast niet. Ja, hebben een babbel of zo. Yeah, yeah, no, come down now, I'm in the coffee now. I won't, I'll see you now, man.
Damn it, you got me. Bear's jacket's very pretty.
Morning.
Good morning.
Are you guys local riders?
Yes.
Are you from around here?
Yes.
Cool. I'm Brendan, I'm doing the commentary.
Hi, Brendan.
So I like to just try and work out who's who in the zoo here.
Yes, we
What
are
is your name? Serena. Cool.
Serena
Wolf.
Wolf.
Who do you ride with? Who do you train with up here? Oh, okay. Shirley Kim, as we all knew her. Yeah. Mid Tempest.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So does she come to you, or do you go to her, or how does it work?
Either way.
Okay.
morning, everybody. Welcome to the round stage 2, Thursday, 26th of June, and we will be starting with classes 21, the Iceland sponsored and 1 meter 10 age competition.
Lock me up, cause I've been bad, and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Viewers, good morning and welcome to another exciting weekend of show jumping here at the Ranch Equestrian Centre. I'm joined in co-commentary by Sten Muchner. Had a little whip around here yesterday, Sten, on your 130 horse as we see Ronnie Healy trotting in here. Sten, tell us a little bit about what you feel this arena is like.
Oh, it's a lovely arena, Brendan. Nice and open. Really nice for the young horses, not too spooky. They have space to canter around. Bernardo is always an absolute treat to jump his tracks. Lovely to have him here. I know you caught up with him a bit this morning. He was mentioning a little bit his schedule for the year, what he's built at so far and where he's still due to be building during the course of the year.
It's pretty crazy, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, just sort of looking at the level of course designer that we've managed to get to South Africa for this World Cup qualifier. As you mentioned, Bernardo Costa Cabral, who's going to be in charge of putting all the jumps in strategic places this weekend. Again, just chatting to him about what his year's been like. He built the World Cup qualifier in Florida this year. He also went and built the Rolex Grand Prix, which was at Royal Windsor. So I mean, those are two massive 5-star shows and a little bit of interesting info. I'm going to have a little chat to him later. We can touch more about it. He's going to be going off to New York a little later in the year, and he's going to be building at the Global Champions Tour. So I mean, it's we really do have the best of the best here in South Africa.
No, and I think some consistency as well, because he came and built at Waterwood Show just about a month or two ago. So lovely to have him back again.
He's
so
always
soon.
liked South Africa a little bit.
I see he's got the whole family here this time as well. Just for our viewers at home, quick run through the schedule for the day. We're going to be starting off with the Iceman sponsored 110 A2 competition, followed by the EPOL sponsored 120 A2 competition. Then we'll have the Talisman 135 A2 competition, and I think it's due to start at 1 o'clock, the big one for the day. It's the Bespoke by Kate 150 Riders Grand Prix. So that class due to start off at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Strong field of riders in that Grand Prix, 36 starters. I'm definitely going to be having a little walk around and seeing what Bernardo's got planned for them. Exciting that we've got a Grand Prix so early in the show. I mentioned earlier, some of the riders had a start yesterday. Sten, you jumped in the 130s yesterday and going to be carrying on a little bit with a horse that you're not really familiar with.
I love it. Brings a bit of extra nervous tension to the show. No, a treat to ride a lovely horse like that. Brendan, we're used to the Grand Prix on a Friday. At the last show at Chongweni, we had the Saturday Grand Prix. And now this show we've got a Thursday Grand Prix. So SA Show Jumping really mixing it up here. I believe we have the great Barry John Taylor to thank or moan for with that. But there you go. Bell to close the course, and it's going to be a Healy affair here this morning in the 110s. Ronnie Healy sits on 3 horses in this class, all his youngsters, that I may say to the viewers, started in the 80 centimeters about 2 months ago. So they've been produced rather rapidly and efficiently by the great Ronnie Healy himself. And then we see the return of the great Aldo, Brendan.
Yeah, exciting for Ashley that she's got her fabulous stallion Aldo back in the 110s, getting back into competition, getting ring fit again. He had a little layoff with an injury. Unfortunately, it can happen in the sport, but he's looking like he's fit and well.
And making his way back to World Cup level. So, Ronnie Healy, number 1, brings in Blue Turtle Technologies, Blue Turtles H Mummy Soldier. It's quite a mouthful.
Interestingly named gelding, this used to be stallion. For the viewers at home, a little background to that. This horse is half owned by Ron's mom, Jane, and one of Ronnie's many nicknames as a young boy was Mommy Soldier. So when the opportunity arose that they needed an M in the name, I think that was the first option that would have been chosen.
Mummy Soldier by Capital Magic Boy, who Ronnie has campaigned so successfully right up to the top of the sport here in South Africa, and is currently sitting in quarantine, looking to make his starter's journey on the way to Europe.
Oh, huge for South African show jumping. I mean, very exciting times for Ron. I suppose now what he's got to be doing is replacing some of those fantastic 150 horses that are going to be making the trip to Europe, and he's Hard at work doing that these days.
Yeah, he has 3 real superstars in the 110s at the moment. Horse jumping a little bit across that fence at number 9, making a green error.
Make a huge effort there over that Ford Oxer. Got a lot about his father about him for me.
So comes home just the 4 faults. Time allowed 74 seconds. Ronnie and Mummy Soldier come home 67-2-1. So they will finish on a score of 4. Just 11 horses left to go in this class. Next up, it's Hausberger's Aldo. Ashley Healy riding for Hausberger Financial Services.
Mummy Soldier getting a big pat there from Ron. He looks chuffed with how his young horse is feeling.
Lovely to see the superstar sport horse breeding stallion back in the ring, like you said, Brendan. I think won the Outdoor Grand Prix with Ronnie Healy. Has won World Cup titles with Ashley Healy.
Absolutely.
And
produced many horses for the sport.
And really just always a treat to watch. See Ashley's new trainer, Raina Korba, watching carefully from the sidelines there. I'm sure Gonda Beatrix will be watching on closely as well.
Absolutely. Often sort of liken it to shaking hands with an old friend, getting back on your really mileaged horses that you know so well. You know them, they know you.
Putting on an old slipper.
Absolutely.
Unlike her husband Ronnie, Ashley executes that line to number 9 perfectly.
He's such big step, does Aldo. Ash has to remind him to whoa down there, easy as you like. Inside the time, first clear round of the class.
67-1-0. I see she's also trying out a new bitting system. A Swales Pelham it looks like, Brendan.
Did a Swales Nath? Did it have a mouthpiece? We'll have a chat to Ash and we'll find out exactly what's cracking on there.
Utman Minty up next. He brings in Igor Z, number 3.
Utman's now made the move to RH Equestrian.
Riding with Ronnie Healy and Jessica Comfer, I would imagine.
Definitely.
Who has a big role to play there at RH in the training and schooling of horses.
This horse still a 5-year-old, so really young still and on his way in his career. So for the viewers, you can see that's quite spooky jumping into that related distance here.
You had to walk around the course this morning. Oh, our second horse to make that mistake out of the first 3. Only one so far to clear that fence is the Grand Prix winner, Aldo.
Look, I think that maybe that line not over big in size, but definitely testing a bit of rideability there.
Jumps that last 3-3-4 double beautifully. I was going to say, you mentioned to me, you said the track wasn't overly big, but pretty technical and quite spooky for the young horses. They've got all the same fillers as what the open horses will have at this show. So lovely way to produce your horses in the main ring here at the Ranch Equestrian Centre.
Absolutely, and I just think again that's what Bernardo would be testing there, sort of related 4 strides and then 7 strides on the right bend going left. It's very easy for young horses to jump slightly across the vertical like they have at number 9 there and just have it behind.
Number 4 goes next. It's Renee Ferrie, and she brings in Northwood, 7-year-old gelding by Zambezi out of a Singapore mare.
Wow, big expressive jump over number 1.
This horse came in, am I right in saying, towards the end of last year or the beginning of this year? So he would still be getting up fit and running, acclimatizing to the conditions here in South Africa.
Definitely no lack of scope from Northwood. Big rangy type. Does look super rideable for such a big horse though. sure most of you viewers at home will remember Renee. She's had many horses up the grades in her life and is the proud owner of Revel Stables, which I would say is the closest stable yard to where we are now at the ranch.
Just a stone throw away, a couple kilometers down the road. And this is obviously a new partner for Renee, and she's making the adjustments.
That horse's expression is next level. Pricks his ears, jumps in and out for fun. What a fantastic young horse for Renee.
Short trainer Anne-Marie Esslinger will be very pleased with that effort there by Renee and Northwood. It's another clear round. Our second clear round of the class in a time of 67.61. Good enough to go into second place. Number 5 goes next. It's Cornerstone's Los Pepe. Tamar Glixman in the saddle for Cornerstone and Farnham Stables.
This horse is interestingly bred. Call it South African warm blood out of a thoroughbred mare. Anton Hook at Cornerstone thinks a heck of a lot of this horse's mother.
So Los Pepe by Branna Consuelos. It's a Consuelo, and amazingly it's another grey with another big back end.
This one really was a fiery and fairly opinionated young horse, but I mean has all the jump in the world. Really looks like he's settled into his jumping, matured a little.
Am I right in saying Jody Peters has done a lot of the production work with this horse?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Robin as well. Robin Kopsch that rides for the Farnham team.
Always a team effort at Farnham.
Easy as you like and quick. 66.10. Good enough to go into the lead. Tamar Glixman, Cornerstone's Los Pepe. Just under the halfway mark into this class. And we currently sit with 3 clear rounds. Tamar Glixman, Ashley Healy and Rene Ferree. Ronnie Healy's back. Managed to change horses quicker than he can brush his hair in the mornings. This time he brings in number 6. It's Blue Turtle's Comet Sava. Riding for Blue Turtle Technologies. Lovely daughter of Cornet de Miro.
Always interesting to chat to Ronnie about what these horses are like at home and what they like to produce and train and that type of thing. And Doris, as she's affectionately known at home, is pretty much the apple of Ron's eye at this stage. He really thinks the world of this mare. She's very green at this level. She hasn't jumped many shows at all. Again, not really wanting to put the mockers on her at this stage, but Ron mentioned that I think she's jumped 15 clear rounds in a row in her production job. Just takes her on the outside line, 8 there, beautifully ridden. She looks super rideable for a young, inexperienced horse, and I think that's what Ron really enjoys.
See here, it says she's out of a Berggraaf mare. Do you know the mare? Putting you on the spot a bit.
I should know because I think I have this horse's brother at home. It's just come to me for a client.
6, 7.
Just the Cornet de Miros are really.
I haven't seen a bad one
yet.
Yeah,
they're really interesting horses. I know Liam Stevens got a fantastic one.
The Kane Bermans have 2
Kane
or
Bermans,
3.
Absolutely. Kevin Vessels. And actually so do I, to be honest with you. So
There you go, Ronnie Healy, easy as you like. Equitation, look at the time as well, 63.55. Little pot hunting in the 110s this morning. That'll pay for his breakfast.
But I think she just does her job so easily.
And look at her expression there when she's finished.
Yeah,
Yes,
she
forward,
loves it, and
loving
he
the
looks
job.
like he's smiling. I haven't seen Ron smile like that for a while, to be honest with you.
Alexandra Wexler Snow goes next. It's the number 7, Ample Ideas, Farnham Elite Rhythm. If there's any horse that'll be able to chase down that time in this class, it's Elite Rhythm.
Doesn't waste any time around the course, this horse. Super economical. Gets its feet back on the ground and gets moving straight away.
Alexandra loves to canter on that forward pace. We've seen it a lot with her older, more experienced horse, Moon Zapper.
I mean, I think just from Alex's perspective, you know, to have two horses that, I mean, dare I say, are slightly unorthodox but similar in the way that they go, would definitely make her job easier in working out what she should be doing.
And very well matched to the way that she likes to ride. Balance is on the inside line on that 7. She's just 3 fences from home. Time is going to be quick. And there you have it, 58.32. Goes some 5 seconds into the lead. Do Ample Ideas, Farnham Elite Rhythm and Alexandra Wexler Snow. Great effort there. Look how relaxed that horse is already after the finish. She really knows how to get a good tune out of these spicy, fiery horses.
Absolutely, I think just knows when to take the pressure off there, making the horse realize the job's done, save some energy in the tank for the next classes.
From one very stylish grey horse to another. Number 8 goes next, it's Capital Hansel. Michaela Duplessis in the saddle. Capital Hansel was purchased by the FEIs off the Capital Stud auction. 11-year-old gelding by Capital Hitoshi out of a Capriccio mare. I haven't seen him in a few years, but he's a big jumping horse with a lot of personality, if I remember correctly. Quite a flashy jumper. I see a lovely canter as he strikes off on the way to number 1.
Michaela would stable at Rebel Stables with Renee. I'm sure who has a big hand in helping her with this horse.
The horse has a very classical way of jumping. Uses his body in a really nice way. Carries himself beautifully in the canter.
It's definitely an outside line 8 there. I think what Bernardo's done just to sort of get everybody in the groove for this first 110 track is just make sure that you're testing where you are in the distance, knowing where you are in the distance, making sure that you're not bulging or falling in or trimming the line, so be it. Beautifully ridden middle to middle there.
Another rider who's really kept her ground speed up. Let's see the time. Ooh, little spook there. Jumps out beautifully. Comes home clear. 61.17. Good enough to go into second place. So our top 3 as it stands. Alexandra Wexler Snow. Ample Ideas Farnham Elite Rhythm. Clear 58.32. In second place at the moment, rider we've just seen, Capital Hansel and Michaela Duplessis. 61.17. Rounding out our podium at the moment, it's Ronnie Healy, Blue Turtles, Comet Sava, clear in 63.55.
Number 9 up next. This is Serena Wolf. She brings in her own horse, Zenbu. Another local lady. Had a little chat to her this morning. She said she drove an hour and a half to be here this morning.
Fine example. A lovely thoroughbred in the show jumping arena here in South Africa. We say it every time.
Love a thoroughbred.
Can't beat a good thoroughbred. This horse has quick reactions, very rideable, always moving towards the fence.
It really is super rideable, very athletic and quick off the ground. Little rubber mouthpiece.
Stretches over the last, comes home clear. 64.81. Good enough to go into 4th place. So clear round percentages looking strong here at 77%. 9 horses having started, 7 clear rounds with just 3 horses left to go. Kim Harding goes next. It's number 10, Ricardo TB.
Number 11, house surgeon captain Karen Oshie. And at the gate, Superstar Rugby number 12, Don Stina JZ.
Big effort there at number 2. Kim is a very successful businesswoman. This was looking like it gets a little quick through the distances there. She was trying to be on the outside curve.
Kim has a beautiful setup in Bolu, Kalami. Lovely equestrian facility where Kevin Vessels applies his trade from. Helps Kim with her riding, has a lot of clients there, trains a lot of horses.
I think just from Kim's perspective, she seems to really love the sport. I saw her
Absolutely.
yesterday trimming her horses' manes in the stable before the show and making sure that everything was prim and proper. I think she's very much A-type in her personality. Everything looks very organized in her life and in her truck.
And I think it's rubbed off on Kevin as he's grown up,
I
Brendan.
must agree with you. I must agree with you.
Lovely round, just the 4 faults there coming early on in the track. Finishes on a score of 4 and a time of 71.80. Ronnie showing that he can change much quicker than Ashley. Due next we have Ashley Healy, number 11. It's Hausberger's Capital Coronos Z.
It really has been a Healy affair this morning. Just interesting for the viewers at home, just taking note that the 150 riders are at the show in the 110s, producing all their young horses, traveling them around. I think that teaching horses to travel is so important. You know, often it's, you know, it can look at being expensive or whatever the case is, or maybe, you know, that you think maybe the horses aren't ready to travel. But for me, if you think a lot of a horse and you think that one day you'd want to travel around South Africa doing the circuit, I think the earlier you start, the better. Definitely sort of with less pressure, allowing the horses to learn and develop as they go.
And I think, Brendan, even more so when you have an arena like that, when you have a venue like this where you can be riding in the main ring. You're not riding in the B arena of the competition.
Yeah.
You're there in the main ring, gaining mileage over the fillers that the open horses would be exposed to.
Absolutely.
You're getting full value for your money at these sort of shows. I often think Revel Stables is exactly the same. I know we'll be heading off to Plet next, the Robberg Equestrian Centre for the next World Cup.
Sure.
And their arena is much the same. You'll always compete in the main ring there, so valuable mileage for all these horses to gain. We see Ashley still just jumping her last jump in the warm-up there.
Yeah, we sort of got a great vantage point of the arena and the warm-up arena from where we sit. Fantastic to see all the young horses warming up. Karanos does have a very big, expressive jump, and I think is going to take a little bit of Ashley's equestrian skill this morning. But, oh, there we go. As the gentleman that he is, I think Ronnie's decided to come in first on his new imported horse. This is number 12 coming in now, Don Sinner JBZ.
5-year-old gelding by Dual de HSP out of a Cordento mare.
Happy life,
Ronnie-
happy wife.
Ronnie really trusts Michel Van Eck. I think he bought this horse off a video. Says Michel knows how he rides, so he's not too phased. I think when when Michel says to him it's a good one, he trusts that. Did you say this horse more affectionately known as Donald?
As Donald, yeah. He and Ron says that he is absolutely electric, super sensitive. It's definitely the type of horse that Ron likes. I mean, Cornetto started almost as sensitive as this horse, and I mean,
Weasel.
absolutely. Yeah,
Another
look,
one.
Ronnie definitely has an affinity with the sensitive type. So I think this horse is going to suit him down to the ground.
What was his good junior horse, the mare?
Rocket.
Rocket. I mean, talking about sensitive horses. You see this horse explode over number 1.
Yeah, Donald leaves the ground with purpose there, that's for sure.
There's that balancing 8.
Woohoo, that's looking good. Wow.
I mentioned earlier to our viewers that Ronnie's produced these horses quite quickly along the way, but it's amazing because he would obviously also be very involved in Ash's horses. And in the same arena, we see a horse that's probably spent a year longer than these horses, not for any other reason that the horse that Karanos coming up next is just more sensitive.
He needed it, yeah, absolutely. I must say, just for the viewers at home, we often get to see Ronnie applying his trade over the 150 jumps, but just to see the sort of the amount of feeling and timing that he's had with this horse around this track.
Yeah,
absolute finesse. That's a jumper. Out
Big
and out
effort.
jumper. Yeah, super horse. Exciting times for Ron.
Yeah, and I think before you blink, those horses will be in the open classes. We've seen it time and time again with him, his professional manner in producing them. Next up, we do have Capital Karanos. Hausberger's Capital Karanos Z with Ashley Healy rounding out this class of 12 in the 110 class, sponsored by the Iceman. Like I mentioned earlier, this horse purchased off the Capital Stud auction, and he is really a treat to watch. There you go, you can see just why he spent a little bit longer in the lower grades. Still figuring out that you only have to just clear the fences, not put in all your effort at every fence.
Wow. It's a very disciplined 8. Phew. Loads of scope.
And Brendan, another horse, he doesn't jump unlike Magic Boy when he was a young horse. Very high in front, lands far out.
Yeah.
I think I'd be forgiven for saying he pitches a little late in his jump.
I think so, and I think just as he becomes a little bit more rideable and Ash can give him a bit more space, I think that he's in an apex in the correct place. I mean, that's why she's going to keep him in the smaller grades until he's sort of a little bit more comfortable. It's definitely still green at this level. And for me, every horse is different, you know. Some horses handle it easier than others. Whoa, he really does not want to go near those poles.
There you go, clear round. Time 67.31, not good enough for the prizes today, but that horse is destined for some big prizes in his career. So that brings to an end this 110 competition. Looks like Alexandra Wexler Snow takes the win here this morning in Petersburg. Riding Ample Ideas Farnham Elite Rhythm. Michaela Duplessis, another local lady, she takes second place on Capital Hansel. And rounding out our prizes here today, Ronnie Healy, Blue Turtles Comet Sava.
For class 6.1, the Iceman sponsored 110 competitions as follows. First place goes to number 7. Ample Ideas, Father and Rhythm, and Alexandra Wexler Snow. Second place to number 8, Capital Hansel and Michaela Duplessis. And third place to number 6, Blue Turtles Comet Sava and Ronnie Healy. And this will be into your unit for your master prize giving please.
So viewers, there we have it. Pictures of our prize giving for the Iceman 110A2 competition. Lineup of pretty faces there and pretty greys. Alexandra Wexer Snow taking the win here this morning at the Ranch Equestrian Centre.
Judge for this class is Hugo Fitz, presenting first prize to Anti-US Parliament Winner Alexandra Wexer Snow.
It's a little fresh here this morning, but I definitely think that things are going to be hotting up as the day progresses. We've got an exciting 120 speed class next, and of course the 150 Grand Prix, as you mentioned, Thursday Grand Prix today.
Kicking off at 1 p.m. this afternoon, that 150 Grand Prix. See Michaela Duplessis receiving her second place on Capital Hansel. Put on quite a performance here this morning, did Capital Hansel. Some lovely jumping. As we see our riders heading off on a lap of honor for this class. So viewers, I think we're going to give the course designers a chance just to ready this track for our next class of the day, the EPOL 120A2 competition. We're going to let them set that track, and when we come back we'll have all the action for you. Some 34 starters in that 120 class, so don't go anywhere. There's a lot of jumping still to come today.
Was about to open the course for inspection for the EPOL-sponsored 120A2 competition. You got over the course 420 meters at 350 meters per minute. The time allowed 32 seconds. Your time limit 144 seconds. I'll give you the first 10 horses of the program. Number 1.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Vos chevaux pensent qu'ils participent au Paris-Dakar à chaque trajet? Ne les laissez plus penser qu'ils sont pilotes de rallye. Inspirée de l'automobile, la suspension Pullman 2, innovée par Cheval Liberté, propose une véritable technologie de pointe. Avec un centre de gravité au plus proche de la route grâce à un châssis surbaissé, les vibrations sont ainsi considérablement réduites. Votre vent épouse la route et offre alors à votre cheval un confort inégalé. Avec la suspension Pullman 2, c'est moins de stress, moins de fatigue, moins de consommation de carburant et surtout un transport en toute sécurité pour vos chevaux, et ça même sur route difficile. Rendez-vous sur notre site internet chevalliberté.fr pour découvrir toute notre gamme de vents.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow. Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
It started with a stride in 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now, that name evolves. Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research. Driven by science, backed by research, proven in performance, electrolytes, gut health, parasite control, muscles and joints, and much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
Welcome back, viewers, to the Epoch riding for the Callao Warm Blood Stud. Just to our viewers at home, we are aware of some technical difficulties at the moment, but the main man Mike is on it, and hopefully we'll get those all ironed out as soon as possible. As we see Ronnie Healy, Callaho's Lord Lucius, starting their way on track around this Bernardo Costa Cabral designed course. Lord Lucius by Lord Zed out of a Campanero mare. This obviously a very new partnership still, but an exciting one as well. I'm sure the whole of the Callao team are watching on keenly. Big expressive jump through the double. Looks like they're getting the hang of each other more now. Ronnie, a master at training these sensitive types. We saw just how extravagant the horse was through the double there, the 334 Sport Horse Stud double. See team member Gareth Neal in the background there, watching from the sidelines. Lovely team spirit that they have there at Callao. Guys always willing to offer some helpful advice. Someone like Gareth Neal in your corner, there's a lot of wisdom to be shared, even for a great like Ronnie Healy. Andrew Olaf goes next, a man in some fine form at the moment. He brings in number 2. It's Denton Horsebox's My Rusa H. My Rusa, an 8-year-old mare by Falaise de Muse, out of an Indoctro mare. Andrew purchased from his good friends the Lepart in Natal. And this mare has so much ability, so much blood. She's really tested all of Andy's ability to work with these sensitive hot horses. Chestnut mare. Here sounds like a gunshot when she gets off the ground. See her locking onto every fence she can see, always wondering, is it this one, is it that one? That's how much she loves her jumping. Andy really trusting her care up to that double of verticals at number 9. Six strides to the last, easy as you like, comes home clear, 63.83. Time allowed for this class, 79 seconds flat. So Andrew Olaf setting the time to beat early on in this track. Jean Corber goes next. She brings in number 3, Pretty Woman M. A mare who has enjoyed some fine form right up to 140, in fact 150 level. She really has it all, and I think when she started feeling something, Jean was on the money, realized that something wasn't right straight away, and the horses had a little break from the sport, and we see her making her return here today. This 10-year-old mare really does have it all. She has the pedigree, the ability, And the mine for the sport too. She is by Venan out of a Voltaire mare. Six strides down that last distance. Comes home clear, 65.70. Lovely to see that partnership back together in the ring. See big pats all round for Pretty Woman M from Jean Corba.
Starting number 4, Oxford Road and the Red Knolls Taylor. John Corba and Christian in clear around 65.00 seconds.
Lorette Knowles Taylor up next. She brings in number 4, Oxford Vogue, riding for owner Brett Latimer. Oxford Vogue, 6-year-old mare by Diamant de Simile, out of a Diamant de Simile mare. Loretta, lady who we saw make her return to World Cup level just a week or two ago at Shongweni, jumped round in fine style on her horse Oriopo, just incurring one fault for time. So lovely to see her back up at her very best, riding very confidently and comfortably. As we see her producing another superstar here for owner Brett Latimer. Lovely to see Brett so involved in the sport again and enjoying his horses thoroughly. Definitely has the right team with him in the Farnham team. Big effort over the last, so just the 4 faults there at fence 7 for Oxford Vogue and Lorette Knowles Taylor. Time 67.16. So 4 horses having started, 2 clear rounds, clear round percentage 50% with 30 horses left to go. Afrizan's Grindelwald de Tho go next. That's Katya Riccardi, number 5.
On standby, India Unity, number 6, Hedberg Quicksilver, at the gate number 7, North Rochester North, finishing your warm-up number 8, Akama Capital Folio.
Katya is coached by Rainer Korber, rides out of the Korber equestrian setup. Very well polished rider, always well organized. We saw her trainer Ray Korber on her other horse Calaho Conda Rebel, getting some fine results at Gauteng Champs. It's looking like Katya wanting to add to those fine results of late for the team from Afrizan. Unfortunately, it's a late rail that goes down at fence 10B. Horse just laying a hind toe on that. Spells 4 faults.
Four penalties for Afrizan's Grindelwald de Tho and Katya Riccardi in 68.42 seconds.
Number 6 goes next. It's Penbridge's Quicksilver, Michaela Martin in the saddle.
Quicksilver, Michaela Martin, Miriam on standby number 7, Lord Cockridge York. At the gate number 8, Alpana Capital Claudio. Finishing your warm-up number 9, Calaho Leandro.
It's amazing at such a young age. Michaela already so mileage, so experienced, right up to 150 level. We saw her competing in the Grand Prix classes at Shongweni just a week or so ago. Now she's travelled with her mom here to Petersburg, Limpopo, Quicksilver can have a little personality every now and then. Michaela does a really good job at just keeping the lid on her. She has a lot of, for lack of a better word, sass. This mare. Don't think she always makes Michaela's job the easiest. But when they get it right, they're always at the top of the podium. Kayla gives the horse a retirement fence there, or fence on the way out. She'll be back to fight another day during the show, as we see Christy Lynn Davis making her way on track now. She brings in number 7, Lord Conquistador. Lord Conquistador by Connoisseur, out of a Wendizi mare, 8-year-old gelding now. Christy trained by Nicholas Riley out of the Sunny Park stable setup. Gives number 6 a rub, but it stays up, balances well for the 7-7. Unfortunately, that goes down. Another vertical goes down at 10B, spells 8 faults for Lord Conquistador, time 64.58. So they won't be good enough for the prizes here today. Someone who will be looking down to hunt down a good prize here. Natalie Heim, she goes next. Number 8, I Farmer Capital Claudio. One of the speediest combinations around. I Farmer Capital Claudio by Consuelo, out of a Capital Chicoletto Z mare. Chicolettos have always been so competitive. See, this horse is very expressive front end in her canter, high knee action, eats up the ground on the way between fences. Leading time at the moment, 63.83. I think that could be under some threat here with Natalie and I Farmer Capital Claudio. Just this last line to go. She's still clear. Leaves it up, and look at that, 61.75. Some 2 seconds into the lead goes I Farmer Capital Claudio and Natalie Heim. Some super riding there. Claudio looking very pleased with his efforts. Number 9 goes next. It's Jessica Rabjon. She brings in Callao Leandro. 13-year-old gelding by Lissabon, out of a Ramiro mare. Typical big Lissabon white face, very striking horse. We saw Jessica's mom riding earlier in the 110, so a real family affair here for them. Also trained by Kevin Vessels, part of the Media Colada team. Puts in a big effort at the double there at 9. Just 3 fences from home is Jessica. Little rub at the B element, it stays up. Clears the last. Comes home clear. Time 67.54. So good enough to go into 4th place in the early stages of this class, with 9 riders having started, 25 left to go. Clear round percentages sitting at 44%. Number 10 goes next. It's Renee FEI. She brings in her. Saw Renee jumping earlier on her new horse Northwood in the 110s. Lovely, lovely type. Looks to have a very promising future. Very organized in the 7 strides from 6 to 7 there. Renee. Up easily in the 6 strides to that double at 9. So a double to a double, quite a question here by Bernardo. Renee using her voice to good effect. Clears the last. So finishes with just the 4 faults early on at fence 1. Time 62.90. Would have been good enough to go into 2nd place. Unfortunately, that first rail going down. Gareth Neal goes next. It's number 11. Kiwi C. Kiwi, a 6-year-old stallion by Kiwi Capital out of a Cascadello mare. Gareth and his brother Sean here without their families this weekend. And on the job for these young men. Wives Catherine and Lara at home with the kids. Young stallion jumps in a very correct way. Gareth always so good at riding the slightly hotter, slightly trickier horses, and it's lovely to see him on this horse Kiwi. Who goes in such a classical, easy way. Makes his life very easy. Horse has a little spook at the last, but uses his jump, clears it by a mile, comes home clear. 64.14, good enough to go into 3rd place. Super effort there. Another horse that Gareth has produced expertly. Goes a very similar way to Callow. We're wondering why it was only my voice in the commentary box. Up next we have Brendan McNiven, and he brings in Callegro de Gracia, riding for owner Dina Elcom. Sure, Dina will be watching on closely from home. Callegro, a 7-year-old gelding by Contendro 1. Very new to the 120 divisions, but in the very capable hands of Brendan McNiven. As that he produced from grassroots up. Was a regular campaigner in World Cups, Grand Prix, the Derby. And lovely to see Brendan well backed again with good horsepower. Getting a lot of help from Jonathan Clark. again these days. So again, all the ingredients for another successful partnership for Brendan. And there we have it, easy as you like, clear round 64.73, good enough to go into 4th place. Lovely, lovely round there by Callegro. Very promising young gelding. Just jumps in such an easy way, finds the jumping very comfortable. Number 13 goes next, it's Tracy Glover. She brings in Havela, 10-year-old mare by Quiran out of an Ascari dam line. Havela purchased from Michelle Van Eck. A European dealer that a lot of South Africans have enjoyed a lot of success in finding horses with. Very good at pairing horse and riders. Very unfortunate rail to go down at 3. Havela barely laid a toe on that. Nice positive ride there at fence 5 by Tracy, and a big effort by Havela at fence 6. This horse really jumps for fun. Rolls up in the 6 to that double at 9. So an early rail at fence 3 and a late rail at fence 10 spells 8 faults for Tracy Glover and Havela. Lovely, lovely horse for the future though. Big jumping, careful, lovely rideability. Exciting for Tracy. Number 14 goes next. It's Ziggy Stardust. Gabrielle Lachette in the saddle. Gabriella and Ziggy Stardust making their way to the start. This lovely mare, 9 years old, by Dignified Vanet Zorgvliet out of a Cesaro mare. And Gabriella also trains out of the Corba Equestrian setup with Raina Corba. Unfortunately, rail going down there at 6, the horse just laying a back toe. Looks like a rider's having to be 6 to 7. Sometimes the horse is not completing their jump over fence 6. So Ziggy Stardust and Gabriella Lachette finishing just the 4 faults there at fence number 6. Time 67.82. Number 15 goes next. It's Freedom and Hannah Gaba. Hannah riding out of the Farnham setup has competed this horse right up to 135 level, I believe. Just showing her class as a rider, knowing what the horse needs. Here on day one at the horse show, she has him in the 120s. Looking today. Freedom, a 15-year-old gelding by Namulus out of a Murmus Armare. Also was originally brought into the country by Jade Walsh. Has been ridden by a few riders. Hasn't always been the easiest, but let me tell you, no one better than Hannah to get the best out of a horse. She is a top-class jockey, has feel in bucket loads, big match temperament, and really manages to get the very best out of all the horses that she rides. Very confident rider, rides to space easily. Horse has a little look at the last. She encourages them over. Comes home clear, 63.75. Good enough to go into second place. Nearing the halfway stages of this class. Hannah, a lovely product of the Farnham Equestrian Training setup. Next up, we have Jean Corber riding for Jean and Ray Corber. It's number 16, CS My Angel. A horse that Jean acquired from Carol Nurdin down in Natal. CS My Angel, 6-year-old mare by CS My Chaco Blues son, out of a Consuelo mare. Jean loves this horse so much, I believe she has purchased his or her full sibling, her full brother from Carol. If I'm not mistaken, CS Axel. Interesting fact about the way this horse goes for some of our viewers, or an interesting observation. I think the viewers will be able to see that this horse often cross canters behind. It's something that Jean's been working on with her, but it doesn't seem to take away from her jump. She always pushes evenly when she gets to the fence, so although it may be slightly uncomfortable, I think for the rider, Jean does a great job in just keeping her rhythm smooth and allowing the horse to get to the fence in a balanced way. And she still pushes just as well when she gets to the fence. It's amazing how quickly she's come on. It's another clear round in the bag, and I think not long before we see that mare in the open classes. She's a class act with a very, very bright future ahead of her, especially under the guided hand of Jean Corber, with Rainer Corber advising from the ground. A real recipe for success. So from one superstar young mare to another, it's John Bauer up next. He brings in riding for Joanne Roberts. It's number 17, Kokaluba PS. Kokaluba, an 8-year-old mare by Kornet Obolensky out of a Chaco Blue mare, more affectionately known as Polly at home. When Joanne has been out the country or otherwise occupied. And the nickname we came up for her was Perfect Polly, because she just does so much right. She's a lovely mare with a big jump. A lot of sass to go with it as well. Those two are usually coupled on the tote though, class and sass. This mare definitely has both in bucket loads. There you have it, easy as you like. It's another clear round for Perfect Polly. Clear round, 63.38. Good enough to go into second place at the halfway mark in this class. See Joanne Roberts looking very pleased from the sidelines there. So viewers, we're going to take a short break while our arena party rake the arena. We have 17 horses left to go, 9 clears in the bag so far. Clear round percentage sitting at 52%. So when we return, we'll have those next 17 riders for you, looking to chase down Natalie Heim's leading time of 61.75. Don't go anywhere. We will see you shortly.
Right, viewers on track now. Looks like we've got number 28. This is Callagher Leopold. Mika Chalker in the saddle. This horse has been incredibly successful for Mika. Been in all the provincial teams, won many championship class. Not often that you actually see him have a fence down.
Brendan, you had a trip around this track now. You think maybe the horses, you mentioned something about your horse with that fence at fence 4?
Yeah, you know, I've found particularly solid colours could be a little distracting for horses. I must say my horse is so solid and level in his brain, and I sort of noticed that he took more notice of that solid red and black pole than he did of any of the other jumps. Blind riding, testing your rideability, all that type of thing. It's really
that if she goes clear, you guys are in for a bit of trouble here on the 120, some 5 seconds ahead of the leading time at the moment.
just naturally speedy, isn't he?
Just a little recap of our top 3 at the halfway mark here. Natalie Harm, yes, 63.38, and Hannah Gerbe and Freedom rounding out our top 3, time 63.75. Talking about speedy combinations, up next it's number 18.
I was chatting to her a little earlier. It was unfortunate that he had a colic surgery a good few months ago, and Robin really took her time. What modern technology and surgeries can do these days, definitely saving our horses. And a real sort of modern day sports horse, again, very fine in his features, just naturally speedy. You have seen Robin hasn't really been going at all, but I mean the time, I would say, just by the nature of watching him go, will be naturally quick.
She's going to be in for a win here. Win for a leading time at least.
There you go.
57.69, and look at that. Driftwood, LC, Robin Ellis go into the lead by some 4 seconds with just 14 horses left to go.
Without even really trying, let's say. I mean, I've seen Robin really put the hammer down with that horse and get cracking. Today she definitely didn't do that, but shows how naturally competitive Driftwood is.
Number 19 goes next. It's Andrew Olaf. He brings in Denton horse boxes Octavia Delacour LC. 8-year-old mare by Midas Touch Ovation out of a Bodenhausen Freshlaw mare. This horse was in fact found by Claudia Frettis from Sunland Stables. She told Andy, who is very friendly with Claudia, when he first moved to Joburg, his horse is stabled there at Sunlands, and Andy stayed in the cottage there. Claudia said to him, "I've found you a rock star. Don't let her size put you off. She is proper." And let me tell you, Andy did the right thing in trusting Claudia, because Claudia's got a good eye for a horse.
Proper she is,
this
absolutely.
This little mare has springs in her feet. We've also seen Andy get deposited on the banks at Burlington before, jumping out the arena. So another mare that has a lot of personality to go with all her class.
Yeah, big expressive jump really suits Andy. Andy seems to get on well with these little fiery ones.
I think he gets on well with everything. He can ride anything and
agreed.
everything.
No, agreed. I mean, if you look at him with Gusta.
He's a class act. Are you going to tell him, or am I going to tell him that his shoulders may be tipped forward there?
And maybe
by
bulge diffraction.
By millimetre.
No, he's got big biceps, you can tell him.
Jokes aside, that mare is a lovely, lovely horse, an exciting one for the future. You said earlier about Ronnie producing his young horses that are coming through. I think Andy's are about a year ahead of where Ronnie's at.
Yeah, agreed.
At the moment, and it's I mean, his worst horses are going to be top junior horses if he sells them on. You know,
sure,
if they don't
absolutely.
work out for him, good enough for him. As you see him patting Octavia as he leaves, very pleased with her efforts. Danielle Evertser goes next. It's number 21, T.I. I'm Legend. 6-year-old gelding by I'm Special Demuse out of a Lissabon mare. Even on the dam side, that Lissabon pedigree shining through strong, Brendan. Big white face. It looks like a white marking as well under the horse's tummy.
I mean, isn't that amazing how that Lissabon gene is just so strong through the dam line there?
And am I right in saying a little Lissabon technique being shown here as well?
Even shape, to be fair.
Yeah.
You know, really light and modern, athletic, long legs.
Just glancing across at you there, the grey in your beard, Brendan. You gave it an equitation round, just saying. I mean, I might not have said to you well done because we were talking here, but with some equitation, look at your time as well.
Oh, I think
64.73.
I've been trying to chip away slowly at, we talk about producing horses, and Danielle's another one who just is back on her way, producing more horses. It's what we do as riders. I think we find ones that suit us and try and polish them as well as we can. And I don't know, the one thing I'm realizing is that when you've got quality horses, it's half the job done, to be fair. You've just got to make sure you pilot them correctly, do your half of the job, and it seems a little bit more simple than it did before.
Coming to you from someone that's been on the podium in World Cups, I don't think it's that easy, Brendan. But yeah, when you've got all the recipes, a trainer, a rider, and good horses to work with, sound horses to work with as well, I think it really goes a long way in getting the job done. Late rail there for Danielle. Spells 4 faults. Time was good, 61.74. Looks like we're waiting on Lorette Knowles-Taylor up next. She brings in number 22, riding for owner Louise DeLuca.
Looking for number 22, Cosmic Wind into the arena, or number 22, FEI Quantum. I'll leave it at 24, 334 in the ball. Can we have somebody into the arena, please?
Lorette Knowles-Taylor on screen now, number 22 coming in, bringing in Louise DeLuca's Cosmic Wind.
Just discussing this horse off air, Brendan. Cosmic Wind has an older sibling, full sibling I think as well, am I right in saying? Full sister. Hot buzzy type that jumps in the 130s, possibly even has 1 or 2 135s under her belt.
You're right.
And this horse looking as sensitive and switched on as her sister. So Cosmic Wind, 6-year-old mare by Capital Calanoid, out of a Harry Hotspur mare. Very fitting name, Harry Hotspur. Lorette just showing her versatility. She can ride all different types. She had a very correct, slightly more orthodox horse that she brought in earlier on in this class for Brett Latimer.
Look, I think Lorette's really been working hard as of late. She's really sort of found the professional side of the sport, mentally, physically, with her horses, on the ground, all that type of stuff. She's never...
You were busy warming up to just put on a performance there for us earlier, Brendan, but I mentioned lovely to see Lorette at that last World Cup, 1 for time, back where she belongs, riding confidently. And enjoying her riding again.
She looks like she's believing for sure, and it's coming through with her horses. They all have a little look at that. I'm not sure if the viewers can get a good enough shots of what number 11 looks like with that big forward plank underneath it. Fairly distracting for the horses.
And possibly camera set up there at the back and some flags behind it coming into play as well. But I saw Gareth on his young horse earlier, also maybe putting his leg on a little down this last line.
I saw him put his leg on and thought maybe I should do the same.
Getting a little lower, more attached to the saddle as he cantered down that 6 strides. Philip Duplessis goes next. He brings in Assegai Quantum. Quantum, a 14-year-old gelding by Courtster Eclipse. Saw Philip driving in the Revel Stables truck. See him riding under the saddlecloth as well. Tall young man, has good body control. Gets a fraction deep there, but moves up well on the landing.
Been a fairly speedy round so far.
See.
It is quite spooky, that jump. I must say, I did go and show my horse that before I jumped, and he had a little look at it.
And coming away from the in-gate
Yeah.
for the young horses, and it's an oxer, possibly quite a big question for these 120 horses. Philip, a tall guy, he just stepped back over the 120 pole and took his horse out. I definitely would have had to
Me
climb
neither.
underneath.
I wouldn't have been able to do that. So, number 24 up next. Looks like we're going to have 334 Ingeborg, owned by the 334 Sport Horse Stud, ridden today by Aisling Triggle.
Number 24, 234 Ingeborg and a Twiddle. At track continent, Philip being eliminated for the unscheduled dismount. After that, number 25 by Farmer Callagher Arden. At the gate 26, Ravello Obedient Green. And finishing the warm-up 27, Captain Concept.
At Aisling's on track now. Easy 7 down to the Talisman Oxer. Big explosive jump by that mare.
I was going to say, she really puts in some effort, doesn't she? Going nearly as high as the airplane that just took off on the landing strip behind us here.
I really think this horse suits Aisling. Just the way that she goes, she's got a positive way. Aisling likes them to pull her along a bit. Oops.
Like a Russian gymnast kicking out behind there over the oxer. Lovely temperament as well, unfazed.
Yeah, unfazed.
Just really enjoys the job.
Pricks her ears.
The mare as well. Easy as you like,
Yeah,
and 6
lovely
to the
round.
last. Clear round, 64.26. Good enough to go into 7th place. Don't know if the viewers at home can hear it or picking it up over our mics, but the wind is definitely starting to pick up here. There's a bit of a wind warning, I think, for this afternoon.
Could be a blustery Grand Prix a little later. Natalie Heim up next. She brings in number 25. This is Ifama Callagher Ardennes.
Natalie led the class from early on for a long time. Her time 61.75 on iFarmer Capital Claudio. So returns now on iFarmer Callagher Ardennes. Let's see if she can claw back that little lead that she had going earlier. This horse very quick. We saw it campaigned by Rainer Korber for a lot of last season. A spooky horse, but quick and effective nonetheless.
Yeah, super speedy through the turns.
10-year-old gelding by Abdullah out of Valentino mare. Is that where the sharpness comes from, Brendan? The Valentino?
I would say so.
Well, we need Rogan Askin here in the commentators booth
to
with us.
confirm those facts. Big expressive jump there at the 334 Oxer jumping in. Oh no!
I was about to say to you, look at the time.
Come on!
She would have been home in about 56 seconds, Brendan. 55, 56 seconds.
We did
The lead
mention
was
that he
there.
can be a little spooky sometimes, and this is of course day one, so hopefully he...
And unfortunately, iFarmer Callagher Ardennes, Brendan, you can see because he's so hot and buzzy, Natalie doesn't ride him with a spur. I think it would drive him mad.
Sure.
Very soft tack. But I think then when a horse does go cold on you like that, spooking at a fence, you basically...
You don't have much acceleration.
I'll leave the first part of the phrase out, but you haven't got a paddle.
Yeah.
You're up the creek with no paddle.
Literally.
She's going to take one more bash at this, and my money's on him cantering straight to it because
Come
it
on,
doesn't
chappie.
count now.
There you go. Well, that's good for tomorrow.
Let me tell you, that is the most frustrating thing. back in the day when we used to have 3 shots at it to see the.
I thought that was quite fair judging from the ladies up in the booth there, letting Natalie get her horse around. This is
We
day
spoke
one.
about it
Yeah.
earlier, the young horses or the
Absolutely.
less experienced horses here in the main ring. So lovely to see the officials being subjective in their rulings, understanding the questions being asked here. Number 26 on track, it's Ray Ducci, and she brings in Ravello Ophelia's Dream.
It really is quite a busy affair here at the Ranch Equestrian Centre. We've got some very hot show jumping happening in front of us. We've got aeroplanes taking off and landing behind us on the strip here.
I believe there's a graduation ceremony going on at the Protea Ranch Hotel today. Very busy here.
We're busy up in Petersburg on this Thursday.
Lovely to see Ray back in the saddle, being so competitive. It was nice to catch up with her over some dessert last night.
You ate more dessert than me, let's face it.
Possibly why you jumped a clear round today and I had 4 faults.
That's great to see Ray back.
Riding out of the Carl Bunzai equestrian setup. Has the last down.
Phew, the wind is really picking up now. A couple of the jumps are going to have to hang on for dear life.
Our viewers can see there in the background those advertising banners blowing at full force. Luckily, Brendan and I won't be getting sunburned today. We're here in the shade, but I tell you what, it could be a few degrees warmer here. Brendan's adrenaline still running. He's in just a hoodie. I think I've got 3 puffer jackets on. Unfortunately, my legs not much. As we see young Kevin Vessels up next, he brings in number 27, Capital Costa. 11-year-old gelding by Capital Conlank out of a heartbreaker mare, riding for Jessica Rabjohn, who we saw earlier on her lovely Son of Lissabon.
Yeah, you know, I think it's a good time to chat a little bit about Kevin now, and you know, it's been fantastic to watch him mature in the sport, mature in Johannesburg, really find his feet as a professional show jumper.
Am I fair in saying he's just young enough to be a generation below us, Brendan? So we sort of watched him come in and make the same mistakes or do a lot of the similar things that we'd done as youngsters. I mean, not that I'm much older than Kevin, but I think I do fall into that bracket of being a little more in your era than Kevin's.
More the silver foxes than not.
And he's riding at the top of his game.
Yeah,
Actually,
he really is.
I was grabbing a coffee with him just now, and I asked him if he was in the Grand Prix today on Capital Charis.
Yes.
And he said to me, no, the owner said there's no rush, let's bide our time. I've only jumped 3 or 4 140s, but the way he came out on day 1 in the 140s yesterday with a lovely prize, riding, he's just
smooth,
there's
confident.
Just something about his riding at the moment. He's so confident in himself, in his team that he has, and he's got some lovely horses that he's produced himself, which I think always makes one hell of a difference to be riding horses that
Of course.
And I know that horse he's just riding, Capital Costa, he's just riding to give some confidence here. So nice to see. You see Rochelle Klook on track now. She brings in number 29. It's Wilberg's Classy Boy. I wonder if this was a late decision, because I'm pretty sure when I was chatting to Jean Corbet yesterday, she said to me she was competing this horse this week. And we both know Rochelle, a very busy businesswoman, so maybe something opened up in her schedule and she managed to get here. She loves to show jump, she loves to win, and she does it so well.
She really must have an incredibly busy schedule. She's, I must say, very busy on social media at different gala events, dressed to the nines, looking very spiffed up, and I suppose all of that really suits her Motherkind products, all looking after the body, and she's always in the gym looking after herself.
Her and her husband, Tim, a real power couple. He himself a very successful developer, am I right in saying that?
Yeah, for sure. Classy Boy making some beautiful shapes here this morning with those back legs.
Sort of making their comeback after jumping and finishing the South African Derby last year. The horses had some downtime, and now she's reproducing him. I think great, just showing her equestrian brain that she has and the understanding for the horse that she has. I mean, he was borderline foot perfect to the last fence, I think, in the South African Derby last year. So just having a little bit of downtime, we see her discussing her round there with trainer Rainer Korber.
I suppose it's a little bit, I was chatting to Dominique Alexander a few years. One of my horses had taken a step back and I was feeling a bit dejected about it. And he said to me that this is the samba of life. This is what we do. We go forward, we go back. We've got to be able to make the horses and the riders feel comfortable and confident. And once you've taken a step back to regroup, you generally feel like when you get back up there that you're so much more ready for it. The horses are ready for it. Their muscles are conditioned for it. So I'm a big one for being able to take a step back, allowing, you said, producing the horses a little bit at that level and then letting them go and jump some bigger jumps.
As we see number 31 starting her way on track. Up next, it's Alison Koch. She brings in Be Happy Lunde. 14-year-old gelding by My Lord Carthago. Another lady training out of the Korber Equestrian setup these days with a very, very exciting young horse. I don't know if you've seen her new young horse, Brendan. The name eludes me, but I saw him jumping at the training day.
Spartacus, is it? No, something along those lines.
She purchased the horse from Michael.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
The other day.
Oh, the jumps are almost starting to blow over. I'm not sure if Ali's going to get a chance to be able to fix this. Let's hope. 5, 6, 7, easy as you like.
And leaves it up. They're going to have to turn those cups around. We're not going to be able to have the planks sitting on flat
for
cups
sure.
Today.
This horse has got a beautiful way of going.
Lovely to see Ronnie Healy putting his back into it, doing a bit of work here today at the Ranch Equestrian. Looks like Father Christmas carrying his kid's toy bag. Easy as you like. It's another clear round. Alison Koch, Be Happy Lunde. Come home clear. Time 63.79. Good enough to go into 5th place. With just 4 horses left to go, 29 having started. We have 13 clear rounds in the bag. Clear round percentage sitting strong at 44%.
I've got to get quicker, that's for sure.
I don't know, when it looks that good, boy, I don't think you need a rosette to show for it. Did you get the thumbs up from Dina?
I hope so. I have sent to the video. She's traveling back to Zimbabwe at the moment. Unfortunately, couldn't be here.
Number 30 goes next. It's Amy Hay.
You know what, I don't often get to talk about Dina, but just the one thing that she's always about with me is about keeping the horses happy. She's never about rosettes. She wants the horses to enjoy themselves. She wants me to have fun. And I think that's such a good attitude to have, because I really feel like that it's sort of a place where confidence breeds. And if you're confident and you're not under pressure, I really feel like that's when you can get proper results.
So, talking about one Zimbabwean lady to another, Amy Hay on track now, number 30. She brings in Cortina RLHZ.
This horse is just a clear round show jumping machine. I really love watching this horse do her job. Suits Amy the way that she goes. Amy's definitely not scared of the fiery ones.
Othello, her horse that she jumps in the Grand Prix and World Cups, goes in much the same way. Very keen, very forward way of cantering to the fences. In fact, you and I were watching Amy on her other new horse, Jackson, yesterday, saying you almost don't recognize her on a calm one.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely got used to her on these types. I mean, this horse, just watch her ears, pricks them as she gets down to the jumps, gets her knees up, gets her back end out the way, as easy as you like at the last.
Look at that. Comes home clear, 59.84. Good enough to go into 2nd place. So putting herself on the podium.
Bucking and playing as she goes to the finish.
With just 3 horses left to go. And my wonderful wife making us sound clever here, Brendan. Alison Koch's new horse, Alexander S, that she purchased from Michael Blom.
There we go. Thanks, Kirst.
Viewers, remember that name, Alexander S. That is destined for big things here in the South African show jumping scene. The lady who's already achieved big things in this season. Stacey Lee Weston goes next, number 32, Western Farriers, Charlie's Touch.
We've become very accustomed to seeing Stacey on her greys. She must have about 4 of them at this stage of her life.
And she's managed to acquire horses with quite some pedigree along the way, Brendan. This mare, 9 years old, by Cardento, out of a Darko mare. We see her other horse, Ruby, by Edward, the sire of King Edward. So she's really got some very well-bred horses.
And all self-produced, huh?
Yeah, that's one thing Stacey can do, is produce a young horse. Think of Lure de Mal that she's produced right up to World Cup level. A horsewoman of note. You spoke about Lorette Knowles-Taylor having really worked on her mental game in the sport. Stacey does a lot the same. Stacey and I get along well, and she often says that I'm the boy version of her. So sometimes when she comes home from her sports psychologist, she manages to share some of what she thinks I would enjoy as well. She often tells me to stop giving your energy away. You got to keep it for yourself. Stop high-fiving everyone else. And I was like, Stace, it's just the way we are. So we see that horse going a little bit green on her here today. But I promise you, with Stacey in the saddle, you'll see come championship day, there'll be a clear round in the bag there. That horse will just get better and better. We've spoken about horses benefiting from being able to be here in the main ring.
In the main arena, checking out all the spooky fillers that all the 130 horses have become accustomed to.
Talking about horses with experience, Andrew Olaf, he goes next on PWM Wealth Custer G. A partnership that looked so promising in the beginning. Unfortunately, the horse then battling a bit with some soundness issues, but lovely to see him back and expressive in the ring. Saw Andy on 2 small, hot, fiery mares earlier. Now he's on a much bigger, scopier, rangier horse.
Also can be quite sensitive and bounce for such a big rangy horse, which I think could make him tricky to ride, in the sense that he can sometimes run away with you and other times can bounce. So your options really vary about which distances you're going to be taking, but I don't think a cooler character you'd find than Andy.
Cool, calm, collected with a touch of talent, old Andy.
Touch of talent, pretty good businessman. Oopsie.
You spoke about him being playful, enjoying his time being back in the ring, and you can see he's been out of it for a while, taking heed of those flags in the corner.
I'm sure Andy's just going to go straight from here. This horse has jumped bigger jumps. That was pretty slickly handled, right? I mean, that's really testament to the horseman that Andy is just doesn't get after the horse.
The horse goes from bouncing and spooking, bouncing on the spot there in the corner. I don't know if you saw Andy's body going into that double at number 9. But when Andy sets his hand down like that, I promise you now that horse is towing you like a steam train. Really needs a lot of finesse in the way that he is ridden.
Absolutely.
But Andy, obviously, he is prodigy of Sean Olaf and Anne Olaf, 2 top men and women in their own right. So he's got all the talent there in bucket loads and knows exactly what to do. Our last horse for the class coming in now. Out of a Picasso de la Zolle mare. Gemma went off and studied in the Cape, now working for Wayland's Furniture. Her mother, Melissa Null, horse enthusiast, massive lover of the show jumping scene.
I think it's great that she can go away from the sport for a little and get organized and set up in her life and then come back to the sport. She definitely is, as you mentioned, as her mom is an absolute lover of show jumping and her horses.
Look how smooth and neat she was there in that turn back from 7 to 8. Presses up to the double, beautifully ridden.
He has a heart of gold, this horse, I must say. He's jumped around some bigger tracks with Oliver Bishop.
I almost thought she was looking to the wrong fence there.
Pricks his ears at the last.
Easy as you like, clear round, 62.62, good enough to go into 4th place. As that brings to a close this 120 A2 competition, sponsored by EPOL. There we have it. Robin Ehlers, Driftwood LC, take the win here in the 120 A2 competition. Amy Hay, Cortina RLH in second. Natalie Heim, iFarmer Capital Claudio in third. Gemma Nell, our rider that we've just seen, Belvedere, fourth place. John Bauer in fifth with Kokaluba PS. In sixth, Freedom with Hannah Gerber. Seventh, Be Happy Lunde with Alison Koch. Eighth place, Denton Horseboxes, Maya Rusa H, Andrew Olaf. And rounding out our prizes in ninth, that's Kiwi C with Gareth Neal. Real superstar, up-and-coming 6-year-old stallion there that Gareth is producing. It looked a class act today. Lovely to see him so well mounted.
Yeah, again, it's interesting. You get to see all the World Cup 150 riders in the 110s and the 120s with all their younger horses sort of getting ready for the future. Mr. Time waits for no man, so unfortunately our good horses get older. We need to be able to replace them at some stage.
There we go, viewers. Judith McLeod coming down to present the prizes to a winner of the class. It's Robin Ehlers, Driftwood LC, taking the win here in the EPOL 120 A2 competition. Lovely start to the show for her.
I mean, it's great if you can win a class being in second gear, right?
Absolutely. She looked like she was schooling around.
Schooling
that was
around.
Just using his natural pace. I think she would have been slightly surprised with the win. She wasn't really giving it a full go, like you say. Amy Hay and Cortina RLHZ come home in second place. Another speedy character is Cortina.
I was out the accommodation fairly early this morning, having a look around the beautiful facilities that we're at here, and I definitely saw Amy going for a little jog, and then saw her coming back around the stable. So I reckon Amy's done 5Ks already this morning, and then on the podium in this class, having a good day so far.
Third place. We don't have... Oh, there we go. Third place, Natalie Heim, iFarmer Capital Claudio. That's not Claudio, that is Ardennes. That Natalie's brought in, hopefully for a little bit of arena familiarization.
Yeah, that's a very, very good technical term there, Sten. Arena familiarization. Just for a horse like that, he could really benefit from hanging out in here in the prize giving and just getting used to, He is a nervous character, isn't he?
Fourth place was Geminal and Belvedere. Then on our screens we see fifth place going to John Bauer, Kokaluba PS. And sixth place, Freedom and Hannah Gerber. Putting in a fine round here today was Freedom. Beautifully turned out there, Freedom, by the team from Farnham Stables. As we're about to see Robin Ehlers and Driftwood LC leading them off on a lap of honour. Lovely win here, lovely start to her show. Viewers, up next is going to be the 135 A2 competition sponsored by the Talisman. And then following that, 1 o'clock start for the 150 Grand Prix today, sponsored by Bespoke by Kate. Wonder if there's a little bit of jewellery involved there in the sponsorship. I know they often do, so all to fight for here today, 1 o'clock in the 150 Grand Prix. I think we're going to take a short break while the course designer Bernardo Costa Cabral and his team ready the course for the 135 A2 competition. Viewers, don't go anywhere. We've got a full afternoon of show jumping still to come.
I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
It started with a stride. In 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now that name evolves, Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research. Driven by science, backed by research, proven in performance, electrolytes, gut health, parasite control, muscles and joints, and much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
Vos chevaux pensent qu'ils participent au Paris-Dakar à chaque trajet? Ne les laissez plus penser qu'ils sont pilotes de rallye. Inspiré de l'automobile, la suspension Pullman 2, innovée par Cheval Liberté, propose une véritable technologie de pointe. Avec un centre de gravité au plus proche de la route grâce à un châssis surbaissé, les vibrations sont ainsi considérablement réduites. Votre vent épouse la route et offre alors à votre cheval un confort inégalé. Avec la suspension Pullman 2, c'est moins de stress, moins de fatigue, moins de consommation de carburant et surtout un transport en toute sécurité pour vos chevaux, et ça même sur route difficile. Rendez-vous sur notre site internet chevalliberté.fr pour découvrir toute notre gamme de vents.
main man Mike, bringing all the images to you from Equi Live. We are aware that there's been some technical difficulties earlier on in the day, viewers, so the team is on it, doing their very best. I think we're battling a little bit with the internet connection here in the veld, Brendan, or?
Yeah, I suppose, look, what you lose on the merry-go-round, you make up on the swings. As you say, we're really in the heart of the African bush here. Saw some beautiful animals this morning on the way to the show.
Randaro and Nicholas Samrali kicking us off here at number 1 for owner Kay Schofield. Randaro, lovely son of Rondamar. Sorry, Brendan.
Yeah, I must say, just one of the horses that I've really enjoyed watching Nicola produce. He seems like a real athlete. Nicola, of course, has an unbelievable knack of her horses, right, with fantastic ground speed and balance. Super support there at the ranch, vertical, horse giving an exhibition over that one.
Funny, Brendan, when that e-pole fence first came out, I don't know if you remember, the horses
Sure, they didn't go near
really
it.
battled a little bit with the seals and those horses on the side, on the wings, and yet the longer we've seen it in the ring, the better they've got at jumping it, as we see a late rail going down, jumping into that Peter Morrison sponsored double of verticals at fence 9. Well, question here, double of verticals to a double with an oxer jumping in, Brendan. You had the same in your... Have I missed something?
We said the oxer jumping in here?
Yes, sorry. So 9, the double at 9.
Yeah.
To a double at 10. You had
Sure.
the same question in your course.
Yeah, I think that there's not much space to gallop. I did notice that after the little water tray oxer at number 8, I was wondering if anybody was going to nip inside the all-power vertical to the double of verticals and then that hard right turn to the 3-3-4 double. Let's see what the riders have in store. Up next, number 2. This is Gondor Portobello K. Horse is owned by Daniela Thurt and ridden today by Simon Henry. Simon, cool and balanced as always he is.
Runs a very competitive barn, H Equestrian.
H Equestrian, absolutely. And
him and his partner Shanley Marshall are here at the show in full force. We saw her riding in the 140s on her lovely mare Callow for Tasca. Simon also enjoyed quite a bit of the dessert there last night, looking very stylish in his Oakley sunglasses.
Simon really has unbelievable feel through his entire body for these horses that can be a little unorthodox. He's got such good body control.
This horse can sometimes be a little fresh and at the fences on day one. I watched him quite a bit at Waterwoods at their show a few months back, and the horse improved a lot throughout the show. I think he looks like he's very relaxed and calm. I think Simon has a big role to play in that.
Absolutely.
He makes the horse, he hides a lot of what the horse is feeling at the time. But the horse seems to get better and better as the shows go on. Tomorrow or come Saturday and Sunday for that horse.
This is also the first of the 135 classes. Yesterday, before we started the streaming, we had the 130s and the 130 and the 140s. Sorry, so this would be the first time Portobello would have had a little whip around the Ranch Equestrian Centre main ring with all the sponsored jumps out on display.
Looks like the officials are just taking a moment to discuss that time allowed, I would imagine. Whether they'll be extending that time allowed or not. Looks like we have Tamrueda on track next. She brings in number 3, Regenesis vet Calaho Liantos, who, if I'm not mistaken, is currently leading the World Cup Qualifier Series.
I don't think you are mistaken. I think those facts are correct. giving him an easy start to the show.
Pretty sure we'll see him out in full force come Saturday, sorry, the
Yep,
World Cup
Saturday.
qualifier. You mentioned the word experienced at this level. This horse so experienced that she obviously has confidence. Just giving him a little skip around the 135s here today. Saturday's class, easy as you like. Flashy son of Calaho Lissabon, Calaho Liantos, giving us a lovely clear round. Time 71.59. Seems like we do have a power issue in the judges' box, Brendan. I haven't heard the commentators there.
Liantos looking an absolute picture here this morning. I hope we will be seeing him a little further on in the show in the World Cup, as you mentioned, Sten.
I think without a doubt, as we see number 4 starting on track up next, it's Equicover KP Vagabond. That's definitely not Vagabond.
No, I don't think this is Vagabond. This is Mika's new horse. Put me on the spot with the name now.
Sorry, we seem to have a little bit of a glitch here for our viewers at home. We have Vagabond on our start list. This is slightly paler than Vagabond. Mika, trained by Oscar Nube. Riding out of the Linrose stable setup. A young lady who's jumped right up to 150 level on her horse Vagabond.
Yeah, this is a fairly new partnership for her, and this horse looking like it's full of jumping. It really suits the way Mika rides. We'd have noticed her a little earlier on her much smaller, speedier horse, Leopold. This mare showing a fantastic effort over the last there, leaving all the jumps up. Time 67.17. Good enough for first place at this stage for equicoverrivervale.com. That's
Took
better.
the words out of my mouth. I just managed to find it. Number 5 goes next. It's 334 Kispate Z. Leona van der Merwe riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. So Kiss, she's more affectionately known, being rather energetic in the warm-up earlier. I don't know if she spotted a giraffe out there in the bush or what the story was, but
look, there's all sorts of different distractions here at the Ranch Equestrian Centre. As you mentioned, we are definitely spending the weekend out in the African bush, and there are all sorts of antelope and animals hanging out around the show arena, which is always fairly distracting for the horses.
Woken up by the roar of lions this morning, Brendan.
Yeah. Here we go, Leona deciding to...
Is your first rider to do that inside turn, Brendan. And the horse not quite locking on. It's still a relatively new partnership,
Yeah, it is.
Leona and Kiss. This horse originally purchased for Thomas Triggle, Govett, owner of 334 Sport Horse Stud. His son Thomas has been studying in the UK. When this horse was purchased for him to ride, I think he wasn't really getting, between his two horses, he wasn't getting enough time to put into Kiss. I think she's quite a lively character that needs quite a lot of work. So she was imported, and Leona, I mean, it was funny. I listened to Aisling yesterday joking with us around the table saying, she was mentioning about another horse and how tricky it used to be in the ring and maybe not the most careful show jumper, and she says, no, just skipping around, clear round after clear round. And Liam said to her, well, what have you guys changed? She said, oh, we just put Leona on the horse. As we see Charlie Ann Barford starting on track. Number 6, it's Check Me Z.
Charlie riding an unbelievable wave of form at the moment. She's really looking like a strong competitor. She had a fantastic World Cup qualifier down in Shongweni and got a real quality string of horses that seems to know how to just get the job done. They naturally go quick. She sort of definitely picks the classes with them. This mare looking like she's full of jumping here this morning. Super sensitive mare. fairly new in the country. Or when I say new, maybe in the last year.
Daughter of Katoki's Cornet out of a Cassini 1 mare. She has loads and loads of blood.
This horse almost going a little like Driftwood in the last class, just naturally quick across the ground. Look at the time.
62.68. Good enough to go into the lead at the moment. Some 5 seconds into the lead ahead of Mika Chalker, who sits in second. And Tam Rueda, Regenesis Vet Callow, Liantos in third. Our 3 clear rounds so far. So with 6 having started, we have 3 clear rounds in the bag. 27 horses left to go. First of which, Farnham for Gold. It's Lorette Knowles Taylor up next. Number 7 on our program. George, as he's more affectionately known, the family horse.
Just a completely different type to the horse we've just seen of Charlie's. George is much bigger and much slower in the way that he moves by nature. So Lorette always has to just remind him to keep moving. That said, he does have a really big step, so Lorette will have to be mindful of the room that she gives him as she asks him to keep moving.
Farnham for Gold, bred by Barry and Lorette Knowles Taylor. By Callahose for Joy out of a Eudokus mare. Not sure if our viewers at home will see on your screens, but there's quite a lot of advertising for a new initiative from the Farnham.
I suppose that Barry's stepping up his game into the new technological world. I was very fortunate enough in my years to have spent many years at Farnham, 7 or 8 years to be honest with you, training under the watchful eye of Barry and Lorette. And I think now just sort of moving up to the new age, how everybody seems to be doing this online training, it's really interesting. Farnham obviously putting their hand up there. They've got lots of really interesting information that they can share with all the viewers around South Africa and the world for that matter.
So just 4 faults there for Farnham for Gold and Lorette Knowles Taylor. Anyone looking to find out more about that Farnham training system, farnham.co.za. I think you can subscribe. It's a monthly subscription. And you have access to all of Barry's different training techniques and methods for young horses, for Grand Prix horses, for flatting your horses, for pole working your horses.
Yeah, I think something that's always interested me with Barry is his exercises. I think that he's
Nail
sublime
on
in the way that he trains with his gymnastics and that type of thing, teaching the horses about the front rail and the back rail and all that type of stuff. So it'll be a really interesting...
I think nail on the head, Brendan. You said with all his exercises that he has, I think Barry has a very unique system and a unique way in training horses, which has been a very successful recipe in him becoming one of South Africa's greatest. As we see Rainer Korber, another one of South Africa's greatest at the moment. He brings in number 31. It's Afrizan's Callao Conde Rebel. Tied winner of the Gauteng Championship recently.
Yes, as only Ray can do. I mean, he's unbelievably quick against the clock without even really trying. And this horse really looks like it suits Ray's smooth, easy way of going.
Advert for what Callao breeds by Concoriano out of a Lissabon mare, 2 of their foundation stallions.
Light rub jumping into the 3-3-4 double, but leaves it up.
Look at the time. 65.29 clear round, good enough to go into second place. Almost looked like they were popping champagne here next to us, Brendan, ready for the win. But Ray does go onto the podium.
Speaking of champagne, on the right hand side of our 50 class, which is going to be happening after this. So fantastic that Harry can now sharpen his pencil around these bigger jumps.
Really refining his skills at Sellerhof with Dominic Alexander.
Yeah, I think that was a solid effort to start his
and again,
his show.
Another horse who I think you'll see improve as the show goes on. He looked like he had his eyes wide and ears well pricked on all the fences. A lot going on around the arena here.
That was quite a mouthful.
I hope I got it right. I was practicing the whole time at Chongweni a few weeks back, where she seemed to enjoy a lot of success, Jenna. She's on a shot.
Says it's a really, really exciting horse for young Jenna.
6 strides to the last, easy as you like. 66.70. Good enough to go into the top 3 with 10 having started. We now have Gregory Scott up next. He brings in number 11, riding for owner Linda Ellerine. It's the back on track entry, back on track Habibi S.
Greg, relaxed natures in the sport for me. He's one of my neighbors in Sun Valley, and every day I see him on another horse with his group of dogs or his clients, getting out there, hacking, getting the horses fit on the track. He's definitely a big one for having his horses really keen and fresh and happy for their job.
I think you just mentioned his very relaxed demeanor to filter through to this spicy mare by by Harmony out of a Concord mare is Habibi S. And she has got more than one hamster running around in that brain in different directions. I think she really tests all of his ability.
That said, I think they trust each other implicitly. They sometimes, when she's a little unorthodox, can put herself in tricky situations, and Greg never fusses or bustles her. He always just lets her get on with her job. She can see the poles, she knows it. A little bulge there.
Easy as you like. Balances to the last. There we have it, 66.68. It's another clear round. And into third place they go.
Suppose though, day one, Greg would definitely want to keep those hamsters in check up there, making sure that he doesn't set the afterburners ablaze too early in the show.
Absolutely. I think in a 5-day show, really, he would only have one opportunity to go flat out. So he'll be saving that for championship day.
Yeah, absolutely.
We saw him taking some neat lines, but not running the mare at all. Pretty sure owner Linda Ellerine will be pleased with that effort.
On screen now, up next is number 12. This is Jackie Cochran. She brings in her own horse, Issey Miyake.
Issey Miyake, 9-year-old mare by Berlin out of a Cassel dam. We spoke earlier, Brendan, about riders being well mounted. Fantastic job in making sure that Jackie
is day one.
Almost like lifted her head a little bit on the way to that fence, like she was looking at something beyond the jump.
We've said one out. I mean, I want to go one further than that and say that back in juniors 500 she had a very exciting blood horse called Roadrunner that went really similarly to these horses. So clearly Jackie, I think just form throughout the years when I think of Domini. You know, I think as of late he's definitely been piecing together unbelievably consistent Grand Prix results, which really in our sports is something difficult to do, but I think he's got a fantastic string of horses at the moment. He's riding a heck of a lot up at the top grades. He's becoming super comfortable and accustomed to being around these 135, 140, 150 classes. Being really economical through the turns here.
Ongweni was second in almost every class to George's Grabanti, which is no small feat.
And let's face it, that any of George's horses in comparison to Athena, they're really a little bit more nimble. I think Domini does an amazing job at just keeping a lid on this horse. She can get a little tense and strong.
Look at the time here. 61.9.
Easy riding there. For me, it was through the turns that he got that class, or got that time, I should say.
Sorry, that time's been adjusted. 62.03. So
still good enough for first at this stage.
6/10 into the lead, ahead of pupil Charlie Ann Barford, currently in second. And Raina Korba, Afrizan's Callao Conda Rebel in third in a time of 65.29.
Just saying, if you compare those two horses, I mean, if you compare Check Me to Athena, Charlie looked like she was going quick. Athena didn't. And Domini was still managed to be quicker just by being slick through the turns.
The godfather of South African show jumping up next. It's number 14, Oxford Super Deluxe, and Barry John Taylor. The brains behind the Farnham training program. Farnham.co.za is where you can find that subscription, that monthly subscription that you can acquire in order to train like Barry John Taylor trains?
Oh, I think in today's day and age, I think for me, knowledge is power. And I mean, in our sport, we can never stop learning. So I think any opportunity that any of us could get, that we could have a little insight or a little bit of a look to see how they train at Farnham, what goes on inside Barry's head. I can remember through lockdown a few years ago, a couple of the riders made some videos. I can remember Scott Brash doing something quite similar, and we were all glued.
Barry looking
there.
quick here.
How's the time?
64.01, good enough to go into the top 3. Oxford Super Deluxe onto the podium in the early stages of this class for owner Brett Latimer.
Barry was just going down to the last there and just asked someone on the sideline just to stand still before his horse jumped.
I don't know that I would tell Boetie van der Merwe to keep still there. Chris van der Merwe's son. Christian was just busy running along the fence there.
Oh, but he's come to see his dad. That's why he's hanging out on the side of the arena. Next up, number 15, Christopher van der Merwe brings in 334 Lorona for the 334 Sport Horse Stud.
This lovely daughter of Grandorado out of a warrant mare. Has to be one of the favourites on the South African show jumping scene at the moment.
She's just an absolute fireball. Ears pricked. Locks on to every jump that Chris presents her to.
Lovely for Chris to be competing in a province that he called home for so many years, Brendan.
He's been fairly busy in his time. I mean, he was born and bred
Jeffreys Bay.
Down in Jeffreys Bay.
Just outside Port Elizabeth.
Then moved up here.
No, then moved to Johannesburg.
Moved to Joburg, then moved here to fall in love.
Then moved back to Johannesburg and now resides out of the Midlands in Natal. 60.60, easy as you like. Chris van der Merwe 2 seconds into the lead with 334 Lorona riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. I'm pretty sure Govert Trigger will be pleased with that.
Yeah, I think he just gave her an easy round there. She's so naturally quick. Didn't look like he was bustling her or rushing her at all, but good enough to go into the lead at this stage of the competition.
Rita van Deventer just making us look wise here. She's giving us a new running order for the Grand Prix. The lady who makes this all happen, the runner of all the best shows in the country. Lovely to have her on board here at the Ranch Equestrian Centre as we see Kayla Nordeer on track now. Number 16, Lacano Ballard. Bally, as she's more affectionately known, who has won every 135 class there is to win in the country.
Yeah, I was going to say this horse, if any viewers have been following the 135 scene, you'll definitely recognize this combination.
And Brendan, a horse that was given a little holiday over Shongweni. Kayla just mentioning that there's been so many shows on at the moment. You can't sort of run all of them all the time. Unfortunately, front rail goes down there. Jumping into the double at 9. Seven to the last, but leaves it up. Late rail, time 61.83. She definitely took her foot off the gas after having that rail. That would have been close on the heels of Chris van der Merwe and 334 Lorona.
Right, so after that speedy round from Kayla there, it looks like we're going to have an arena rake. Peter Morrison and his team have been here working all evening and all morning, getting the surface 100% prepped up for this World Cup qualifying weekend. So after the arena rake, we're going to kick off with 334 Nunu and Kaylee Pissarro. So viewers, don't go anywhere. Still lots of show jumping up next.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and tugs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Welcome back, viewers, to the Talisman-sponsored 135 A2 competition. We have 17 horses left to go. Looking to kick us off for the second half of this class, Kaylee Passara. She brings in number 17 for the 334 Sport Horse stud. It's 334 Nunu. Nunu, a 9-year-old mare by Naldo out of a Kalido mare. Came into the country and was originally produced and campaigned by Chris van der Merwe. With a name like Nunu, far more suited to Kaylee than Chris.
You would think, right?
And they've struck up quite an amazing partnership, these two already. The horse suits Kaylee down to a T.
She looks like she's got a very round, easy jump for Kaylee to manage.
Am I right in saying maybe a little more orthodox, but not too unlike Kaylee's superstar mare that she had in the big classes for many years? What was the bay horse's name, Brendan?
Oh, bro, you always do this to me. And I always think I'll go one generation
Louisa.
back and go to Electra. Yeah,
Louisa.
There you go.
It's the one. There's a lot that reminds me of Louisa. Obviously a more classical type of horse.
Yeah, very neat in the jump.
Let me tell you, if they can have half the season that Kaylee and Louisa had, softest toe on the back rail of that Oxeret fence. 10A, spells 4 faults, time 67.29. Lovely way to start the show though, and
Yeah,
really
easy round.
softest toe on the back rail. These safety cups fall for free. Looks like we've been blessed a little bit. That wind that was gusting through, I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but it feels like it might have gusted itself away, Brendan.
Let's hope.
As I say that, it starts to pick up. Heather Mostert goes next. She brings in number 18. It's Brannick Cassandra.
I must say this mare's just got a fantastic shape in the air.
Another daughter of Consuelo with a big back end and a grey horse. Feel like it's always on repeat, but boy, has he stamped his progeny.
Yeah, he really did. And sort of for years and years now, we've had the chance to acquire Consuelo, or even sons of Consuelo, being Consuelos these days. As you mentioned, Sten, all of them jumpers in their own right.
This mare, originally from Cape Town, was found by Bronwyn de Santos, then campaigned by Erin de Santos, and then purchased by Heather. And boy, has she had a good run with this mare. Now training with Barry Taylor is Heather.
This is looking like a good round. She's naturally quick, this mare. Oh, no.
Rolls the back rail off. Heartbreak at the last. Look at the time, 62.25. Would have been good enough to go onto the podium. Unfortunately, a late rail. It's a big smile from Heather. She had a little spill yesterday, very unexpected. It was a weird moment. I think it's the hardest thing for a rider when you've done everything right and your horse has actually felt good and then made a mistake and you come off. I think can be quite disconcerting. So a lovely round to bank here today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Put
Get a bit of
yourself
confidence
back into a
for
confidence
sure.
zone. Yep. So we see number 19 up next. It's Tallulah D. Alison Koch in the saddle.
Ellie is affectionately known as the Flower Lady in the Sun Valley area.
You stole my next one-liner. Alison Koch and Timothy, her husband. My comment is always saving marriages. Since 2024, they do home deliveries of flowers as a little side hustle. Their business called Rhythm Flowers. So, ladies, if you're looking to beautify your homes, get hold of Alison or Tim. And gentlemen, if you're looking to earn some brownie points with your wives or partners, a good way to start is always with some flowers.
Tallulah just getting a little keen towards the end of the course.
Definitely getting a little hot and spicy towards the end there, just pulling Ali a little deep in places.
As you've mentioned though, this is our first round, first class for the 135s. I'm sure that Tallulah now having a little look around this arena will be more settled for the rest of the show.
I know your horse went around like a schoolmaster, Brendan, but we've seen quite a few horses a little fresh and feisty here. Possibly the cold wind blowing through that's sort of excited them or brought them to life.
And for me, I think I'd always prefer my horse a little well on day one. There's still a heck of a lot of jumping left to do this weekend, and obviously keeping as much in the tank for the championship class is always going to be the name of the game. It always varies from horse to horse. I think, speaking about my horse, he sometimes struggles with a little bit of fitness, so I want to try and keep him as fresh as possible. Someone who doesn't struggle with any fitness at this stage of the game. Next up, Leona van der Merwe. She brings in the fabulous 334 Katori. Capital Katori, sorry.
Say she doesn't struggle with fitness. She also has system and management down to a T with this mare. All adding to the illustrious career that she's had so far. 334 Capital Katori. Been a winner of some of the fastest classes we've seen across the country, Brendan. We saw it in the 130s. She then stepped up to the 135s, did a lot the same. And now in more recent times, we've seen her winning 140 Grand Prix.
Pretty
at the
easily.
flat-out gallop.
Absolutely. I'm sure that this mare might step up this show. Having a little start in the 135s.
Without much fuss. She's already just 2 fences from home.
Oh, she definitely left 2 strides out going to that 334 double. This is going to be quick.
60.33, good enough to go into the lead. Pips her husband Chris van der Merwe into second place on 334 Lorona. And in third at the moment we have Dominique Alexander and Athena. Time 62.03.
Just for me. Yeah, sorry, Sten.
No, sorry. So if our competitors want to get onto the podium, they have to be quicker than that time, 62.03. And if you're looking to hunt down the win, 60.33 set there by 334 Capital Katori and Leona van der Merwe.
Just something that I've sort of noticed sitting here, that Bernardo hasn't put the jumps in places that you can really get inside at a lot of places. So you've really got to be economical through the turns. I thought that Leona shaved 2 seconds off her time by being really quick and speedy to this last 334 double. So I think that's going to be something to look for if you're at home there and you're a betting person. Watch the riders that are going to be really nifty through the turns. I think those are going to be the ones that are going to be fighting for podium positions.
Someone who's really learned to have good ground speed and a positive way of going. Stuart Barker on track at the moment. Number 21, Ifama Callahoo Conrado. Horse originally purchased and produced by Samantha Hardcastle. Then purchased by Stuart. He gave the ride to Rainer Korber for a year. Has been enjoying a really successful partnership with Conrado. He's a rock star, Conrado.
He really is a rock star, and he's piecing together a fantastic round here. Also been pretty quick. Not sure he's going to be quicker than Leona. Let's check the time. Oh, the time was good.
Would have been good enough for second place,
yeah.
Brendan. Just that last rail going down.
Conrado, as you mentioned, though, an absolute rock star, puts in huge effort every time he's in the ring here. I'm sure Stuart thinks the absolute world of him.
Lovely son of Calo Concoriano.
Number 22 up next. Young Uthman Minty. He brings in his big, fabulous gelding. This is Capital Cole. Sten, I think you may have had a little hand in this horse's production.
Yeah, I had the privilege of riding for Bronwyn de Santos, our South African superstar now these days.
Absolutely.
She purchased this horse off the Capital Stud auction. In fact, this horse and another Capital Stud horse, Capital Kamoni, that I rode for her.
Oopsie. Little miscommunication there at number 3, unfortunately.
I say it so often, but Cole is by Capital Chicoletto, who I'm not quite sure why wasn't used a whole lot in the Capital Stud breeding program. But wow,
he was a fantastic horse, wasn't he?
Chicolettos, well, he was a fantastic horse, and his progeny have all been not really feeling it here today on day one at the Ranch Equestrian Centre.
Yeah, that is right away from the gate, as you mentioned. Can be a little tricky if the horses are distracted.
So with 22 having started, just 11 left to go. We have 10 clear rounds in the bag. Clear round percentage sitting healthy at 45%. Current leaderboard, it's the Van der Merwes at the top of the log. Leona Van der Merwe, 334 Capital Katori. Our current leaders, time 60.33. In second place, 334 Lorona, Chris Van der Merwe, 60.60. And the master himself, Dominic Alexander, winner of the recent World Cup qualifier at Chongweni, sits in third place at the moment, 62.03 on his lovely mare Athena. Someone definitely capable of chasing down that time. Up next, it's Simon Henry, pupil of Dominic Alexander. He brings in Fran Laren Elito for the Fran Laren stud. This horse was tied first place in the recent Gauteng Championships. To a rider we saw earlier on in this class, Rainer Korbe and Callo Conde Rebel.
I must say, watching Ray and Simon in the jump off is always exciting.
See what Fran Laren Elito has in store for us here today.
Sort of become accustomed over the years to watching Simon on these little fiery Van Laren horses.
I think this horse had his first away show earlier on this season at Waterwoods. Came out on day one a little rattled. Wasn't his normal careful quick self. And Simon just put it down to the horse not having travelled. But already looking much more organised and relaxed here on day one.
Absolutely, Simon really looking like he's pretty keen for a prize here this morning.
Thinks very highly of Fran Laren Elito.
Good. Oh, maybe a little strong jumping in there. Simon definitely grooming this horse to
probably took his foot off the gas. Still came home in a time 62.73, so he's quick. If he goes clear, they'll have to be watching him come Sunday's jump off.
Oh, and as you mentioned, maybe the horse still getting used to travelling and that type of stuff. Looking at pretty solid in the first round today. Looking like making the easy trip from Johannesburg to the ranch. Very much in his capabilities.
So 10 horses left to go. First of which, number 24 up next, it's Nicholas Sam Riley. Riding Sunny Park Stables, Rivendell Theoden.
Interestingly bred horse this. 7-year-old stallion by Titanic out of a Lorino mare. And I must say I've really enjoyed watching Nicola get this horse up the grades because he is an absolute cracker.
She had a good laugh with us yesterday, Brendan, when I said to her she's going to be bored at the show. She's only got 6 horses here, I think. She did say to me, though, Theoden needs to be worked 3 times a day, so that makes up for 2. That takes the tally to 8 a day. He's a spicy character.
But just under Nicola's cool sort of instruction and way that she does things, they suit each other down to the ground. Almost looks a little bit like Quintessence as he zooms along here.
I was going for another look. I was going to say like a slightly bigger, scopier version of Crispin.
Crispin, even Sharp Colt Blade.
Absolutely.
I mean, this was just a 7-year-old. I mean, really looking like he's so mileaged at this level already.
Easy as you like. Clear round 65.99. Good enough to go into 7th place.
Super round there from that young horse. I think viewers watch that combination in the future. It's definitely going to be one that's going to be up fighting for those podium positions.
So at the moment, We have 9 prizes for this class. Sitting in 9th place, Alundra van het Eigenlo, Jenna Gilchrist, time 66.70. So you have to be quicker than that to get into the prizes here today in this 135 Talisman sponsored A2 competition. Tamaru Ada up next. She brings in number 25. It's Regenesis Vets Lidorado FG. Brendan, I saw you catching up a bit with Tam yesterday in the warm-up arena. And I mentioned to you that we had 4 days of live streaming left to go, so don't waste all your words in one afternoon. How's she feeling about her string of horses at the moment and where she's at? And
yeah, I think that she's had a little move from where she used to be back to Ray Corber, her current trainer at the moment. So getting settled in there now. I think that she said that she feels happy and ready for the rest of the shows for the year. This horse is she's always just sort of making the beginning of his show real easy, not putting too much pressure on him. He's a real big horse, but he's super sensitive in his way. You see her just electing to go around, settling him down, letting him see all the flags and all the parts of this quite distracting showground.
And almost a good schooling round for later on in the week. She really allowed him to just get a little deep to that double. She didn't protect him, let him get a little deep and use his body there.
Sure.
And that'll be a rail that he'll remember going through the show. I mean, those light rails fall for nothing. Those new lightly weighted poles on the yellow cups. So a gentle school for him there. And that can only improve his form for the next few days to come.
Right, we go up the program now, back up to number 4. This is Equicover KP Vagabond and Mikachorka. Very exciting horse, this bred by the KP stud. Ryan and Kath Andrews. Martin Mulder's Drift in Gauteng.
I'm sure Kate Nolan watching on closely here. KP Vagabond's biggest
Absolutely,
supporter.
biggest fan. Must say that I watch this horse closely. We've purchased now a young gelding out of the same mother that this horse is by. I've just been down to Rathmore to have a look at them, and I'm very excited for my future, especially if my young gelding can jump anything like Vagabond.
So out of the same dam?
Same
dam.
Out of the Lorino mare, same dam. I'm sure viewers will recognize or remember Endorphin that Ryan Andrews has got at the moment in the 135s and the 140s. Kath, Ryan's wife, has got a very exciting young horse. Also in the meters out of the same mare.
The chestnut?
Big good looking chestnut mare by Emerald, yeah. And I'm patiently waiting for mine to turn 3 at the end of the year that we can get going.
Easy as you like, 65.05, clear round, good enough to go into 6th place. So it's an arena finish at the moment for Mikachorka and Equicover KP Vagabond.
And I'd almost say again a little schooling round for her, not putting too much pressure on that flashy gelding.
Lovely start to the show.
Oh, leaving some in the tank for the championship, I'm sure.
Gregory Scott up next, number 27. It's Calaho Loreto. Lovely 10-year-old son of Larison out of a Contendro mare. Like Greg says, this horse does it a lot in his own way.
Looks like he's got a Hackamore combination today.
Absolutely it does. Commentator's curse. I was going to say he does it a lot in his own way, but finds his own way to the podium on a regular basis.
Yeah, I think so. I think that again, knowing the professional that Greg is, he won't mind the horse maybe having a soft fence fairly early on in the course and the show.
In fact, I'd put money on it if you want to go ask him after this. Shame, that was an unfortunate rail. What happened there? He'll say, oh, just unlucky. The horse jumps so many clear rounds. He's allowed to have one every now and then. I bet you that would be his answer.
Of course.
I can actually hear him saying
And I think that's just very much testament to the way that Greg rides and how he handles himself. He's lost his stirrup to the last.
I was going to say, look at that. One pedal to the last. Heels down. I think his heel was even more down than it usually is without the stirrup.
You suddenly go back to equitation mode when things go wrong and you lose your stirrup to the last.
He's having a little chuckle about it as well.
I think Loretto twisted and turned through the 3-3-4 double as he does to leave them up, unseating Greg a little.
Number 28 next up. Number 28 up next. It's Kamel van der Duvels over Z. Charlie and Barford in the saddle.
This mare's come on really in leaps and bounds. She was a little tricky when she came into the country. Obviously Charlie's been hard at work with trainer Dominique Alexander, and I believe she gets a little help from her international trainer Jerry Flynn, who comes from Ireland occasionally to give some clinics at CC Equestrian. I mean, in comparison to the horses that Charlie rides, this one may be a little bigger than usual. I mean, if you think of Odiena and...
Possibly, but I mean, she's so well mileaged. You think of her time that she spent on Epimar.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, she knows exactly how to handle these bigger horses. She was lucky enough at the Shangweni World Cup qualifier to have Jerry Flynn and coach Dominique Alexander there, where she was in sublime form.
Mare's got loads of step rolls down that 6 strides. Charlie asks her to wait at the end and leaves it up. So 8 faults there for Charlie.
Harry Butcher goes next. It's number 29, Diamonds Kalea. Diamonds Kalea, 8-year-old mare by Kanan out of a Carrick dam line.
And Harry also piecing together a fairly impressive string of horses here in the open grades.
We see him go from Capital Casmigo, schoolmaster that's sort of shown him the ropes a little bit, to Diamonds Kalea, who he's produced himself up to this level.
Look, Sten, I mean, I'm sure you'd agree with me that just when you're sort of developing your skill and all that, to be able to get on a real schoolmaster type, to instill some confidence before you get on your younger horses, is definitely something that can help.
Priceless for the young riders to have that in their development. Something that we could all do with more of, I think.
Absolutely.
This mare very new to this level. Like I said, Harry's done all the work, all the production. You can see how well he knows her.
Sure,
though.
absolutely. There's
a good understanding between the two of them.
I think that's just always the bonus when you produce them yourself. You have so much more of a relationship.
Makes light work of that last line. I think the Kanan's fair in me saying the Kanans are known for being slightly later developers, and that mare only 8 years old, so a lot still to come from her. Oh, we saw Gregory Scott in the arena just a little while ago. Douglas McLaren Picketh goes next, and he was lucky enough to have Greg schooling his horse here for him yesterday. I think he could only come up later yesterday or early this morning.
Yeah, Douglas is an equine dentist by trade. I'm sure he was trying to get all his horses that he'd have booked for this week done and filed and ready for action before he nips off for the rest of the weekend to come and do some top-class show jumping here at the Ranch Equestrian Centre.
On his lovely mare, Lady Valkyrie, 12-year-old by Brannock Viking out of a Randall Z mare. He really has burst onto the scene, has Douglas. I wonder if he has a fantastic partnership with this horse.
Yeah, he really does. And I wonder if viewers would remember this horse's father was ridden by Roger Hessen and almost had a very similar way of going and a similar colour as well.
Ridden by Roger Hessen. Am I right in saying Stacey Weston for a short time as well?
I think maybe even was Stacey riding for Roger then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we see. I'll stand by rider Rainer Korber. His horse Elmo van den Hoek Z. A little buzzy, but doesn't put Douglas off.
This mare looking really happy in her hackamore. Absolutely no bit in her mouth, just nose pressure. And a little jaw pressure.
Schooling around for Douglas McLaren Picketh and Lady Valkyrie, 63.72. So like I say, a schooling round, schooling themselves into 5th place. Easy as you like. Lovely performance there. I'm sure trainer Rogan Askin will be very pleased with that effort.
Racehorse is really looking like he's ready to get the show on the road, so to speak. Up next, this is Ray Korber. He brings in Elmo van den Hoek Z. For owner sorry, I'm just making sure I'm getting my facts straight here. I believe this horse is owned by Rochelle Klook.
On the money, Brendan. Owned by Rochelle Klook.
Just by the way that this horse started looking like really fired up, I'm sure that Ray will want to just get this round done in the sense that he could get a little bit of adrenaline out of the horse's brain, get him set up for the next 2 classes. I really, really like this horse. I think he's got some massive jumps in him.
Absolutely big, scopy blood.
Yeah.
Very sensitive type.
Oh, Ray's body position sublime through the double.
Clears the last by a foot. Comes home just the 4 for jumping, time 67.27. But like you say, definitely a horse destined for big fences.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, next up, Leona van der Merwe brings in number 32. This is Matilda 334 for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. And Sten, am I right in saying that when the 334 girls went for a little walk yesterday, Leona was taking this one for a little hand walk?
This was the chosen horse for a hand walk yesterday. Matilda 334, the front runner for the 334 Sport Horse Stud breeding program. And at the risk of repeating myself, just for our viewers at home, that 334 stud prefix, they put it as a prefix when they've purchased the horse, so it would be 334 Brandon. And then for all the horses that they have bred, it becomes a stud, would I say suffix, Matilda 334. So this, their first horse that they bred, and a mare that's already jumped very successfully into the 140s.
Yeah,
she
and I must
has got
say,
jump for days, and I think holds a special part of Leona's heart.
And I'm sure viewers will remember that Leona's grey mare is definitely one of my favorites. But this one's just looking like she's just developing each round. She just oozes class. She jumps so easy. I think that we give Leona a few more months and another season or 2 with this mare, and she's going to be up there in the 150s.
Yeah, I think at just 8 years old, she's well ahead of the curve at the moment. Lovely clear, 67.17. So just one left to go in this, the Talisman 135 A2 competition, and that is number 33 Rivendell Zoid and Jackie Cochran. Looking to hunt down that time set by Leona van der Merwe and 334 Capital Katori. That leading time 60.33. This horse definitely is capable of chasing that down. She's a quick character.
Interestingly bred mare. She's 10 years old by Rivendell Chancellor, who's gone overseas with Matthew Morrison jumping in Ireland out of a Lorino mare again. We see that Lorino so often.
Saw Vagabond a short while ago out of a Lorino mare.
And Theoden.
Jackie's horses that we've seen in this class, Brennan, immaculately turned out. Her groom's Platts looking on point.
I must say that Isimiaki, you're right, and this horse both looking like they're going showing.
Nails the 8 strides down there to the water tray. Stays just around that fence to the double. We've only seen one horse attempt that inside turn early on. It was Leona van der Merwe.
Look, it's not the championship class yet.
Absolutely.
Just sit tight, wait until the championship days. I'm telling you, everyone's going to be inside there.
Wow, that horse jumped the ox. So look at the time, 64.
Oh, no.
Oh, a back toe on the back rail of the last. Spells heartbreak
man.
for Rivendell Zoid. 66.7 seconds would have been good enough to go into the top 10. That does, however, bring to a close this 135 A2 competition sponsored by Talisman. I'm going to give the officials just a moment to tally up those final results. There we have it, Leona van der Merwe, 334 Capital Katori taking the win, followed by husband Chris van der Merwe, 334 Lorona in second, Dominic Alexander Athena in third, Charlie Ann Barford, Check Me Z, fourth place. Douglas Pickett comes home in fifth place with Lady Valkyrie. Rounding out our top 6, it's Oxford Super Deluxe Barry Taylor. Then in seventh place, Mika Chalker. Just waiting for the official results. Sorry, one moment, viewers. Mika Chalker. There's been an adjustment. Sorry, there's been an adjustment here to the leaderboard. Leona van der Merwe, 334 Capital Katori taking the win. Chris van der Merwe, 334 Lorona in second. Dominic Alexander Athena in third. Charlie Ann Barford comes home in fourth with Check Me Z. Barry Taylor in fifth, Oxford Super Deluxe. In sixth, Mika Chalker, Equicover KP Vagabond. Seventh place, Raina Korba, Afrizan's Callahoo, Conda Rebel. Eighth place, Nicholas Riley and Sunny Park Stables, Rivendell Theoden. And rounding out our prizes in ninth, it's Gregory Scott and back on track, Habibi S.
It was a fairly subdued 135 class for our first one of the show. I think that it's definitely going to get quicker as it goes.
Just while we have a moment waiting for those riders to come in for the prize giving, a massive shout out to our sponsors for making this event possible. To 334 Sport Horse Stud, Back on Track, Top Bet, Mark White, Nissan, Country Life, Cheval Liberté, Epol, Talkcraft, Stride Equine Research, Midfeeds, Equestrian Affair, Action Ford, Mokopan. Big shout out to all those sponsors.
Yeah, I must say all the sponsored jumps look really professional here. At the Ranch Equestrian Centre, a huge amount of organisation has gone in here. I think what's going to be happening at the moment, our course designer Bernardo is going to be setting the course for the 150 class, which is going to be coming up after our prize giving. But I think before that, I'm going to be able to chat to Paul Shearer, the owner and the mastermind behind the Ranch Equestrian Centre. I'd love to get a little insight into the history about this fantastic facility here and hear a little bit about what he has to say. So I think that's going to happen just before the Grand Prix starts.
I'll be even more specific than that. I think your interview is due to kick off at 1:45, Brendan.
Yeah, sounds good.
Our main man, Mike, behind the scenes here at EquiLive. Loves to be on point, loves to be on time. Hates it when we mess with his schedule of adverts. So we're going to try stick to our timing here today. As long as Brett Weber can get a shuffle on here in adjusting the course. We are due to start at 1 p.m. with the 150 Riders Grand Prix, sponsored by Bespoke by Kate. So there we have it, viewers. Looks like it's going to be a happy Van der Merwe hotel room here this evening. Leona van der Merwe taking top honours with 334 Capital Katori And Chris van der Merwe coming home second place, 334 Lorona. Look at that. He's been allowed to ride Matilda 334 for the prize giving.
I think she may be slightly better behaved than Lorona. I'm sure boss man, Mr. Govert Triggle, watching on the streaming at home, I'm sure he'll be chuffed with that.
2 out of 3 in the podium here today. Not a bad showing by the team from 334 Sports Horse Stud. Dominic Alexander in third. Isn't he on some form at the moment, Brendan? Just can't. It seems to be in the prize on every single horse in every single class.
I think it's got to go down to sort of a bit of confidence and belief. You know, when you start winning those classes and you start really believing, I think that your confidence goes to another level. And I think that's when you sort of are in the positions where Domini is in now, where it almost seems like everything you touch turns to gold. Look, he's an incredibly hardworking professional rider, and I mean, I'm really happy for him that he's enjoying the success that he has, because it's so well deserved.
I'm sure his coach, Gonda Beatrix, will be watching very proudly.
Here we go.
One of her longest term pupils.
I would say. I think Domini even worked for Gonda back in the day. It's almost gone full circle.
So Domini in third and Charlie in fourth. Fifth place going to Barry Taylor in Oxford Super Deluxe. Sure, Brett Latimer very pleased with that horse's efforts over the last period of time. Really has stepped up to the plate. And sixth place going to Equicover KP Vagabond Mika Chalker. Another horse who never seems too far away from the prizes, Brendan.
Yeah, he seems to really love his job. I think that him and Mika know each other inside out these days, and I'm sure you're going to see him in the 140s for the rest of the show.
So viewers, we're going to watch Leona van der Merwe take us off on a lap of honour, the winner of this class, 334 Capital Katori. But don't go too far, because in a short moment, Brendan's going to have Paul Shearer in for an interview to tell us all about this establishment and how the whole equestrian centre began here at the ranch. We'll see you shortly.
It started with a stride in 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now that name evolves, Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research, driven by science, backed by research, proven in performance, electrolytes, gut health, parasite control, muscles and joints, and much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
Greater Kaya Lami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kaya Lami Equestrian Park in the Greater Kaya Lami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, scenic bridle trails, we provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Thanks for joining us, folks. It's nearly 1 o'clock. We're getting ready for the 150 Grand Prix in the background here. I'm joined by the owner of the Ranch Resort, Mr. Paul Shearer. Paul, thank you firstly very much for having us at your fantastic facility. It really is an absolute treat to come out here, to almost being a little bit on holiday when we're getting ready for our World Cup show. Would you like to tell the viewers a little bit just about this fantastic facility and a little bit about the history of this fantastic place?
Yes, Brendan, thank you. Thank you for having me. And yeah, look, it's obviously it's great to have all these, all South Africa's top show jumpers, and obviously, yeah, it's But just to give you a bit of background on the ranch, it's a family business. It was started by my grandfather in 1960. So yeah, it's 65 years in the making.
Incredible! Wow.
And yeah, it's always been a very special place, and obviously, because it's family, we try to keep a lot of, so besides from your typical hotel, a lot of attractions that we've added on over the years.
Yes, and I mean, if you could just elaborate a little bit about those. It is really super busy here today. You mentioned that there's a golf course here. There's amazing game drives that you can go on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's an airfield you can fly in. We've got heated swimming pools up at the main hotel. The wildlife. I mean, that's a big attraction. We've got the lions. We've got the hyenas. From the big cats, and we've also got some soccer facilities. So a lot of the professional soccer teams come out and train, and they've also got their world-class facilities up in Polokwane, Peter Mokaba Stadium. And yeah, this is just another world-class facility which we decided to add on to about 3 years ago.
That's amazing. So, and then, I mean, let's just chat a little bit about this facility that's behind us. This arena was built 3 years ago, and you guys have really gone from strength to strength. You've sort of started with your little training shows, then you moved to national shows, and now that you guys are holding your first World Cup qualifier here, it's really exciting. I think you mentioned it has a lot to do with your wife and your wife's dreams and her ambitions.
Absolutely. I mean, like you don't go into any project without passion. And my wife is very passionate, and it was just naturally the next sort of course we went on in our business, and yeah, it's been incredible. 3 years ago, one of the basic principles I said to like when we discussed with my wife, was actually that let's put in a facility or surface in here at least that can attract the top riders and that can attract the best.
Yeah. And
from there we get the support and we grow from it, and everything has been organic growth. And I wouldn't have believed that 3 years later we'd be talking about a World Cup qualifier and Grand Prix, and it's been mind blowing. And yeah, I'm overwhelmed with the success of it over the years.
I think it has a heck of a lot to do the amount of love and passion that you guys have put into this. There's also not only a show jumping facility behind us. There's a beautiful cross country course that Jaylee has put together here. I'm very scared of those jumps, to be honest with you, but it really is sort of a multifaceted area. And I must say, just from my side, just rounding this up here, thank you for all that you guys have put in. I really do believe that it's going to go from strength to strength. I'm almost pretty sure that you guys are going to secure your little spot on the calendar for your World Cup, and it's really well deserved. Thank you very, very much.
No, Brendan, thank you very much. And again, we learn every day. We learn with every show, and yeah, we look forward to putting together, or obviously finishing the show and putting on a world-class event, and putting many more on in the future with time to come. So thank you very much for having me here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So guys, this is the man of the moment here, the reason that we are all here, Mr. Paul Shearer, opening his doors and allowing us to come and show jump at the beautiful Ranch Resort. Guys, it's going to be the 150 class up next. Bernardo Costa Cabral would have set an absolute stormer of a course, I'm sure. I'm going to go and have a little walk around the course. Charge your glasses and join us shortly.
Thank you.
Sweet.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
It started with a stride. In 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now that name evolves. Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research. Driven by science. Backed by research. Proven in performance. Electrolytes. Gut health. Parasite control. Muscles and joints. And much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Number 5, Capital Hire. Number 6, Scratched. Number 7, Calaveras Corona. Number 8, Capital Hope. Number 9, Finance Capital Kronos. Number 10, 334, Valedicto. Second round will be over cases 8, 9, 10, 6, 3A, 4B, 12A, 12B, and 14. There will not be a second crosswalk. 8, 9, 10, 6, 3A, 4B, 12A, 12B, and 14.
Yeah. Because there are only 34 horses. Keep it underneath you. Don't come off there the gate and then sort of like go on the long one. You've got to keep him up. Get him underneath.
sponsors for our show, the photograph head, tutor, the television, people, big people such as Iceman. Once again, a reminder to the riders, there will be a dinner at the golf course clubhouse tonight starting at 3:30. Everyone pays at the door. Currently, we have complimentary champagne being served on the landers. I believe lunch is also being served on the backers as well. I believe there's lovely lasagna up for grabs. Machines have one more competing and one passenger gate. We have first, of course, walking.
Welcome back, viewers. It's game time. The Bespoke by Kate sponsored 150 Riders Grand Prix here Thursday afternoon at the Ranch Equestrian Centre. It's all systems go as Nicola Riley takes a salute on behalf of the class. She brings in number 1. It's Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence.
Yes, Dan, I must say I've been super excited to see what Bernardo has pitched for us here this afternoon, and I must say, I think that he has so much feeling as a course builder. He puts
Nicola does 8 strides there from 2 to 3. What did it walk there, Brendan?
I must say, I thought maybe it would have walked 7. The 8 looked super and really balanced jumping into that double. It's pretty tall.
You'd expect nothing less from Nicola Riley, pupil of Gonda Beatrix for some 29 years now.
Isn't that amazing?
Really showing her class here in the Grand Prix. The superstar Rivendell Quintessence.
Let's count here.
7, 4, and that walk just short of 21 steps. So giving them a little room on the 4 strides.
It's a little open on the 8.
Eats up the ground, possibly staying a little on the inside line. Got there too quickly on the 8 almost, Brendan.
I thought this oxo's really square off the dead turn.
Jumping away from the stables. 4, 5.
Beautiful shape at the last there. Keeps her on 4 penalties there. 2 for time.
So time allowed 77 seconds. Nicola coming home 78.93. Brendan, she did do the 8 strides from 2 to 3. She did take her time in setting the horse up off her turns a little bit. A young horse at this level still.
Sure, and I think it's always difficult going number 1. You never really know how quick is quick enough. I think that just by the nature of how Bernardo builds, I think he's obviously wanting them 2 seconds quicker than Nicola was. Up next, number 2. This is Callahoo for Tasca. Shanley Marshall brings in this fiery mare.
13-year-old by For Joy out of a Quedens Reuben mare. Brendan, would I be right in saying this her first Grand Prix?
8's definitely going to work there. Definitely on the curve.
First
I would say
Prix for
definitely.
this pair?
Yeah, definitely. I think Shan's been slowly piecing everything back together. The mare had a little break with an injury. Oodles of step. Almost gets there a little quick on the 6.
Falling victim to her length of stride there, this mare. Seven, 8. I think really well judged there by Shan. If she got on the 7 there from
would have been
from
too
6 to
open.
7, she
Agreed.
would have been neck high at fence 8. Like you said, a big square oxer there at 9, and then again another one coming up here.
I think Fataska just realizing the jumps are up a little. She's having to realize she has to work a bit harder.
Big effort there at the CFAO fence.
Oopsie. Ouch. Oh, Shan would have hit her head quite hard there. That mare's super gutsy. Manages to get through the finish. Unfortunately, she went down on 6 there. It's definitely 5. Unfortunately, also the mare tried so hard at the oxer before, maybe landed a little flat-footed.
Absolutely landed a little short. When the
Huge
fences
effort
get
there.
to this size, it has to be such an adjustment to manage to do 6 strides in the 5. She
And still
managed
push
to
to
still
get out,
clear
yeah.
the vertical jumping in. Unfortunately, an oxer jumping out means 4 faults there. So finishes on a score of 17, also just 1 second outside that time allowed.
But still, I mean, I think as your first Grand Prix, it's pretty. I mean, when I walked the course, I thought it was going to take a little bit of jumping.
Pretty stiff, pretty stiff.
Yeah, and you know, I think that Shanley would have learnt a lot from that. I think she'll trust that mare even more after that. I think good mileage around that 150 Grand Prix for her.
Just to the left of our viewer's screen, there's a bank full of the grooms here, all supporting. For sure, there's some betting going on. The guys all picking their favorite horse for the class.
The arena staff just putting the plank back at number 7. It is on upside down cups. It's windy here this afternoon. It's not going to take much touching, and that number 7's going to come down.
Charlie Ann Parfit goes next. It's number 3, Takentog's Khaleesi, 9-year-old mare by Tulano, out of a Colin mare, bred by Michelle Fleming, produced by Lorette Knowles-Taylor. I think Charlie's probably had this horse now for about 18 months,
I think, yeah.
And really starting to form a fantastic partnership, the two of them.
Charlie coming right up against the edge of the arena here to start. I was listening to a few of the trainers and the coaches as they were chatting to their pupils about what the best plan is. You definitely have to give yourself enough room to get straight for number 1.
You see her holding that right curve.
Goes down on the 7.
Gives it a little touch, but it stays up, jumping in. Wow, how did that mare use her body there?
Steps up on the 6, and then Charlie just uses her voice to steady her in front of that water tray. Yeah, beautiful
7
riding.
to the plank. Balancing 4 to 8. That mare kicked out over the
But Charlie,
at 8.
she like galloped on the outside curve. She kept the momentum, and then she could steady in front of that big vertical at number 7. Same again, steadies. Oh, just a toe on that.
Horse just didn't really bounce off the ground there. She backed her up to the vertical. Time allowed 77 seconds flat. Charlie is going to be inside that for sure. One rail at the last, 75.25. I wonder if we won't see that time allowed moved out fractionally, or if Bernardo's going to stick to his guns.
I wonder, I mean, I suppose she
did
was
the
inside,
7 strides from 2 to 3, 1.5 seconds inside the time allowed. But that horse is a very quick type, Brendan. The riders are going to have to really keep their ground speed up to get inside that time allowed. Looking to do just that, it's Leona van der Merwe up next. Number 4, 334 Hey I'm Wilma for the 334 Sport Horse Stud.
Another one really sets herself up here for number 1. Hugs against the edge of the arena to press to the 4-doxer.
Leona already a winner here today in the 135 A2 competition. Rolls up in the 7. So easily, actually almost an outside line 7.
Just roll down to number 3 and just let this mare do her job. Leona really keeping a lid on her. She's not using too much pressure to jump.
Whoa, steadies in the 7.
Sure, exhibition.
Blasts over that Oxer at number 8.
She's economical around that turn. Definitely got her eye on the clock.
Mare puts in a big effort over the Talisman fence.
Just that all-power vertical there, just in the middle of nowhere. A little bit of an open 8 strides down there. So easy to hit.
Floaty with that big filler underneath. Come on, Leona.
Oh, magnificent
there you have
riding.
It. 75.70, our first clear round of the class. Leona van der Merwe, 334 Hey I'm Wilma. Take a bow.
Foot perfect. I'm pretty sure that's exactly how Bernardo would have wanted that course ridden when he built it. Absolutely perfect. Really, really quality riding. Leona knows that mare so well. She doesn't overpressurize her when she's a little far off. She knows that the mare's a jumper. She knows that she wants to get to the back rail. Magnificent start to this Grand Prix.
Number 5 goes next. It's Dominique Alexander He brings in Capital Collier, son of Kronos, who we'll see coming later on in this class. Collier clear in the first round of that recent World Cup qualifier at Chongweni. Had the very last rail down in the jump off in a very competitive class. So he's in great form. We see him here today in the Hackamore again. Dominic plays between the pelham when he jumps the horse down a little bit. And then that Hackamore setup, which was made famous by Ken Farrington and Gazelle some years ago in Aachen.
And I must say, I really believe that this horse is due a big title one of these days. I think that Dominic's getting everything correct. I think that he's got the horse on his side now. I think the horse is becoming really mileaged at this level, looking confident. I mean, I always thought as a young horse that he was a big-time horse, that he was an easy jumper in the way that he did it. He was just super sensitive in his production. There's lots of places in this course that you can have 4 penalties.
It's the second time we've seen that rail go down. Last time in front, this time this horse has it down with his hind end. And it's a Collier. This horse owned by the Smith family. Dominic always very appreciative of being supported by such a great horse enthusiast like Conrad.
It's quite strange that Oxer down the last line is jumps big.
It jumps massive.
Everybody. Everyone's got
so
slow
far.
round the turn and a little open look. It sets you up to get down the 5 strides to the ranch double at the end. But it takes a heck of a lot of jumping quite late on in the course.
You think possibly with the judges box and that viewing deck next to the judges box as well, Brendan, that the horses, it's a lot for them to see as well when
maybe
they come round
a little
the turn?
distracting. Yeah, absolutely. I do think though that it's a big square Oxer at the end. You don't want to be going backwards to that, so your next option is to move forwards, I guess.
Exciting moments up next. Kalaho Tulana, Jean Corba, they come in at number 7. This lovely daughter of Tulano, Vanet Rito. Out of that Argentina's downline that's been so successful in the Kalaho breeding program. And this would be this pair's first Grand Prix outing together.
Still sticks to the 7.
Gets there easily. The horse uses her care jumping out.
I think Jean knows her so well. She was quick on the inside curve there, so she could get up to that number 3 Oxer and sit still.
Oh, beautifully did she jump out over that. Jean, another long-term pupil of Gonda Beatrix. You said how Jean knows Talana so well. I think Gonda knows Jean so well by these days. She knows exactly what to do in all their training. A master in getting horses prepared for this level of sport.
Wow,
Isn't
what an
this
effort.
mare giving an exhibition here today?
She was that number 8, even though I thought it was quite big and spooky. It's jumping magnificently.
Mare fighting her down in the 8 strides to that fence. Gets there easily.
Now down this last line, this big Oxer left to jump. There's a good shot.
Makes light work of that big Oxer. Come on.
Mare pricks her ears. Oh no!
The lightest toe on the front rail, those yellow flat cups. Proving the downfall of Kalaho Talana, but what a debut at Grand Prix level.
What a
I'm
round.
sure they must be so pleased with that mare's efforts. Big pats from Jean. Wow.
She really dug deep, the mare. She'd realized that the jumps were up a little. She's allergic to wood. She doesn't want to hit
better
them.
for it.
Yeah, agreed. I must say she looked confidence in the level change. I think often horses can go green sometimes, but that horse is really mileaged in the 140s. Jean's been really diligent about her production job, and you can see it there definitely.
Another person who's been very diligent in her production. Up next, it's Kayla Nordia. She brings in Capital Hope, number 8. Just Hope's second appearance at Grand Prix level. Gave a great showing of herself at Chongweni around a very testing Grand Prix track. Unfortunately, she's had an early rail down at fence 1. Like we say, valuable mileage to be gained here.
I think that's just to remind the viewers at home that you know there's certain horses that step up the grades and sort of don't feel like they need the time, and then there's others that need for whatever reason, for whatever reason, their bodies, their brains, their maturity, whatever it would be, they need to learn how to do things.
Brendan, this horse, have you seen her go in just a plain hackamore before? Because it looks like that's the setup today. And possibly Kayla deciding maybe not the correct setup for this horse
Maybe
after
needing
having
a bit more
support
support.
down. But to me, it looks like she's in just a hackamore, no mouthpiece.
So not Kayla's day today, unfortunately.
Not going according to plan, as we see the lovely Farnham's Capital Kronos making his way into the ring. Has so much presence, does the stallion. We saw one of his sons making light work of the Grand Prix just a few moments ago. Let's see what Tamar Glicksman and number 9 Farnham's Capital Kronos have in store for us here today.
Touch on the stallion's pedigree. He's 15 years old. He's by Darko, out of a Cashmere. And I must say, give credit where it's due. Tamar has struck up almost a dream partnership with the stallion.
I don't think anyone in the South African show jumping scene would mind me saying, I think following in the steps of the great Nicole Horwood, it's probably one of the most difficult things to do. She is a masterclass in herself, not taking anything away from Tamar. But has Tamar not made the partnership grow from day one? They've been perfect. Our current South African Indoor Grand Prix champions, winner of a World Cup, the first World Cup of the season.
And I mean, if you'd spoken to Tamar 6 months ago and said, Tam, you're going to be, winning World Cups and you're going to have won the Indoor Grand Prix, she would have said, oh, never. I'm
so invested in this partnership since the day that she won that title. I remember her sitting next to you, bawling her eyes out with gratitude and love for this horse and her team around her.
And I think then we go back to belief. I think that when you get that monkey off your back and you start creating that real language between you and your horse, that it just sort of starts working so easily, I think you get into the position that Tamar is in right now.
Eats up the 7 strides here to the 3-3-4 double. Interestingly enough, no treble combination in this course, Brendan. We have a double to a double and then a double to finish the course. So 3 doubles.
3 doubles. 2 of them on a related distance.
We have oxa vertical, 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 and vertical oxa. So testing everything there is to test with the horses and their double jumping ability. Is Bernardo Costa Cabral here today?
Just little soft fence there. Tam was reminding him to whoa. I don't think she'll be too stressed about that. I'm sure she's going to have her eye on the World Cup.
Also, not a bad fence to have, Brendan, in the sense that it was from the horse being a little keen, running out of room there to fence 7.
Just chatting
knowing
to Tamar.
That in 2 days' time he'll be more relaxed,
of
a little
course.
Easier to ride.
Easier for him, sure. Just chatting to Tamar about her preparation and what she's done with this fantastic stallion. She said that she just made his body feel as good as it possibly could, and he just keeps on getting better and better and better. Maybe not a perfect round today, a little small little fence down along the way, the lightest of touches at number 7, but
But Brendan, with a tight time allowed of 77 seconds, she comes home with just the 4-fold 75.50.
And then, as she's just said to the people watching on the on the bank here, sitting in the sun, she said, "I was too deep there." She owned the little mistake that she had.
I don't know. I would say Kronos was maybe a little deep. I did hear her saying, "Whoa, 3 strides away," but he wasn't that keen on listening. As you said, that plank on one of those flat upside-down cups, so. I would go as far as saying even if their tail brushes that plank, in this wind it's going to fall.
In the Petersburg wind here this afternoon, it's not going to take much touching, that's for sure.
Number 10 goes next. It's Chris van der Merwe riding for the 334 Sports Horse Stud. It's 334 Balabetto.
Balabetto been busy at stud over the last couple of years, got some really exciting young stock on the ground.
8-year-old son of Beludurue out of a Diorado mare, so no wonder he's been used widely in their breeding program.
Jumping his first World Cup qualifier in Shongweni 2 weeks ago, was it?
With a time fault. So a sterling effort there by Chris van der Merwe and 334 Balabetto.
It's not often you see Chris letting that stallion use his entire step, the range of his step through his body. He has got a huge stride, the stallion. Eats up the ground down that 6.
Really had to hold the horse away with his body there, the Oxa. Gives him a foot of room at the plank.
He's looking relaxed today, I must say. Good through his body.
Amazing how many horses have got there quickly on that 8. It walked a step long, I think.
And just for me, like when I walk the course, everything sort of comes quite quick. And then he gives you a little bit of a breather, and then that long canter down on 8. It's interesting. It definitely has ridden more tricky than I thought.
Great effort there. Good showing by 334 Balabeto. Finishes inside the time allowed. Big jumping horse. Amazing. I was just watching Brendan and caught my eye. Dominic Alexander, who's just got off his horse. Not really involved in Chris van der Merwe's training or anything at all. He was watching that horse like an eagle, Dominic was.
Yeah.
So just his interest for the sport and his interest in his co-competitors.
Yeah, agreed. I suppose the love of the sport, love of the horse.
Lorette Knowles-Taylor goes next. It's number 11, Oriopo de Emma. A pairing that debuted in a World Cup qualifier now at Shongweni just 2 weeks ago.
She definitely looked like she was planning the 8 when she jumped that. She jumped a little right.
You saw her use the space. Finished in that World Cup qualifier with just 1 foot time, showing that Oriopo is in some fine form at the moment.
I suppose just touching on the variance of this distance here for the viewers at home, I would say that it's very much down to the horse and the rider partnership and combination as to how many strides you do in
From
between.
2 to 3?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think that if you feel like you want to create a little bit of balance before the double, you definitely give yourself a bit of space going on the outside curve. You know, if you see a horse like Balabeto with a big step, Krista would definitely prefer to go down on the 7. It would have suited him that much better.
How good was Lorette there to the plank? She floated up, lovely distance, and the horse just gave it oodles of room. He's a jumper, is Oriopo.
Good ride. Come on, Law, hold your shoulders.
It's going to be tight for time. Oh dear.
Oh man, beaten by the clock.
Clear round for jumping. Unfortunately, 77.78, just 7.8 tenths of a second outside that time allowed. Puts him on 1 for time, but Brendan, with 10 having started, we only have 1 clear round in the bag. Leona van der Merwe and Hayam Wilma going out early at number 4, making this track look relatively easy. Lorette Knowles-Taylor, the rider we've just seen with Oriopo de Emma, currently in 2nd place with that 1 for time. Is this run on the 25% going through to the Grand Prix, the 2nd round? So at the moment, sitting in a strong position is Lorette.
Yeah, for sure. And I think just again, you know, jumping around a big Grand Prix like this with a clear round, it always sort of, the writing's on the wall there that your training is correct, your belief is correct, you got to keep on doing what you're doing.
Othello Fanet Kaiserhof up next. Number 12, ridden by Amy Hay, riding out of the CC Equestrian Centre. Sorry, Brendan, I cut you off. Yeah, but like you say, you've really got to just believe in your system, and this is a young lady that believes in the system that she's involved in and has enjoyed great success with it as well.
Amy using her voice, jumping out the double. Othello keen down the 6. Uses his body impeccably there.
Here, trainer Charlie shouting shoulders from the outside of the arena. I don't think that's anything that Amy really battles with. She always seems to be sitting really tall. Did she just say yo as she jumped that oxa?
Uses her voice to good effect there. Just this last tricky line left to jump.
And she can take her time. She's not under pressure. Whoa. Whoa.
Othello backs up there. Oh no, that last double definitely proving to take some jumping right at the end of this course.
And I think caused by exactly what you said, Brendan. The horses get a little dead in that turn to that second last fence, the big oxer.
Sparkling round
Just
though,
couldn't get it
nonetheless.
back on his hocks. It's soft rail late on in the track. Finishes on 4 faults. But look at the time, 72.33. So if it does come down to our 4 faulters going through to that second round,
She's put
she'll
herself
be
in a
right
count.
at the top of the
Absolutely.
list.
Yeah, agreed.
So from the pupil to the teacher, looks like Odiena. Van Berrymar up next with Charlie Ann Barford. Second at the World Cup qualifier recently at Chongweni in their debut at
To
World Cup
coach-
qualifier level.
To coach Dominique Alexander. Another real competitor in Charlie's string. She really is a tiger, this mare.
Just for our viewers at home to speak to the loyalty that Charlie has to Zimbabwe, where she grew up, where she hails from. She was at their inaugural, is it hunting, shooting,
Fishing, shooting, yeah.
Which actually has nothing to do with hunting for our viewers at home that are a bit worried. It's a fun horse event.
Yes.
Am I right in saying that?
Yes.
And a very
Like
festive
target
weekend.
shooting.
Yes, a very festive weekend for the Zimbabweans and their guests. Charlie had committed to that as an invite earlier on in the year, so she was there during the week. And then here she is jumping around the Grand Prix just a few days later.
Oh, she did sort of mention that while she was there trying to enjoy her holiday, in the back of her head, she just had this World Cup qualifier looming and didn't really think that she could have too much fun. She was kind of trying to keep her head in the game. She has a fantastic string of horses and she'd really want to do her absolute best to give them the opportunity to jump clear rounds.
Let me tell you, she does them justice. She is a class act through and through. Look at this round. Gets her shoulders up.
Good balance.
Oh, little toe on it. 73-1-0 clear round. Odiena van Berrymar and Charlie Ann Barford go top of the pops in the first round here so far.
I think all the other competitors just dropped their shoulders slightly, thinking, oh no, do we have to gallop against Charlie and Odiena again today? You most certainly do.
Charlie's head groom, MacDonald, there, giving a big whistle and a clap. And all his fellow grooms there on the sideline look a little dejected, knowing that their horses are going to have to beat Odiena. It's no small feat. Number 14 goes next for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. It's 334 Becure, Leona van der Merwe in the saddle.
Leona's Barbie pony, as she calls him.
I mean, are we allowed to say that she's now been on this horse for about 2 weeks, I think, possibly honing in on 3 weeks, and has already jumped 1 Grand Prix and a World Cup.
Shame a little off that on the 7. He's quite polite in the way that he goes, this stallion. When you mentioned this is a really new partnership. The stallion's new at this level. Leona doesn't know him very well. Man, he makes an exceptional effort over that water tray though. He's still full of jumping, that's for sure.
Just touching on what you said just now, how polite he is, how light he can be in the contact, Brendan. You actually saw Leona just softening the rein towards him there through the turn, making sure he stays in front of her.
I noticed that Leona's got real good support of the stallion's mouth on takeoff. It looks like he gets a little bit of comfort from that almost, and a little bit of
confidence.
Extra balance almost. Very interesting. Leona's unbelievably technical in the way that she goes about her riding.
So current cutoff to go through to that second round, 8 faults, 75.25.
Beautiful round there for a very interesting new partnership, I think, viewers. Watch that name. I think that Becure and Leona van der Merwe look like they've got a fantastic understanding of one another.
Already in the early days of that partnership, I think you're right, Brendan. A lot still to come. Number 15 goes next. It's Regenesis vet Calaho Landino, Alexandra Mazevsky in the saddle.
Another example of a fantastic Lisbon protege.
Good looking, athletic, and with a tack room full of rosettes, basically, you say these days about the Lissabons.
Absolutely.
Zandi, trained by Damien Stevens and co-trained by Liam Stevens out of the Dyser Stables set up here in Johannesburg. Made her debut at World Cup level just 2 weeks back, put in a sterling performance.
He got down the 7 real easy, they jumped in big.
Unfortunately, it's an early rail down at 3B.
Watch this horse's face. Yo, man, he really does make an incredible shape with his body.
If you're watching closely, viewers from home, you could actually see Zandi talking to him on the way down to that water tray. He had one eye back on her, watching her the whole time. Shows you how in tune they are with each other. That very classical Lissabon technique that we've become so accustomed to.
He has huge step, this horse.
Absolutely.
I mean, he rolled down that 4 stride like almost like it was nothing.
Did she just hack down on 7?
Yeah. I mean, they're just...
She's going to need to get him back, though, here before this last line. Yeah, and she does it well. She does it well.
Shot. He's a fantastic horse. He
Every
really,
day
really is.
Every day is a school day here in this commentator's booth. That horse has massive step, which I haven't really picked up on that much before, Brendan. But Nessie is just a bit on his bicycle today. I mean, it being one day earlier than what we would normally have the Grand Prix, I guess. But wow, that horse has step.
In such a polite manner, if you know what I mean. It never looks like he gets out of sync or out of sorts at all, but just eats up the ground.
Number 16 goes next. It's the class act of Shaitan Hendricks and Calaho's Larison. Riding for the Calaho Warm Blood stud. Lovely 14-year-old by Larimar. Out of a Kalido 1 mare. Shaitan always has to be...
step.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shaitan always just has to be aware of the time. You see how tightly he turns there, Brendan? Literally, as he landed at the back of 3, he's turning to fence 4. He's going to have to keep it so tight to get inside this time allowed with the amount of time this horse spends in the air.
Absolutely. He has had his eye on the clock from number 1. He was economical to 2. He was economical down to 5.
Shaitan now training with Ronnie Healy these days out of the RH Equestrian setup. Struck off a great partnership, those two gents.
4, 5, 6. Very disciplined down there. Big, beautiful jump at that tricky vertical. Larison having a little play around the turn.
Which
Come
will
on,
be
buddy.
costly in terms of time allowed. Let's see. 4, 5.
Little press.
There we have it. Just outside the time allowed, though. 77.33. Just as he was going on, Brendan, when I watched him do the 8 strides from that talisman jump to the all-power fence, my mind went straight away to, I don't think he was going to, well, let's see. I'm not 100% sure that he's going to jump the second round. It looks, because that horse could have hacked down in 7 there for sure. I wonder if this isn't a round preparing him for the World Cup. Shaitan's very organized. He's always got a plan. He's come out with one horse and with one thing in mind, I think, and that's the World Cup come Saturday.
I agree.
I just feel like the 7 strides would have been on if this was the class that he was pitching for that horse.
Absolutely, especially seeing how easily he got down the other distances.
Ashley Fox goes next, riding for the 334 Sport Horse stud. It's 334 Franzi Yu, number 17 in the class.
Just a partnership that I've really enjoyed watching over the last few months. Ashley's really got her confidence up with this horse.
Franzi, daughter of Cassell, out of a Laurentine mare. Am I right in saying that Hello You, Ashley also rides? Full sibling, full sister to Franzi Yu.
So just having a soft fence there, jumping into the Peter Morrison double. She was fairly economical around that turn, just obviously worrying about the time allowed.
with all the quality that this mare brings to the show jumping arena, I think the one thing that she slightly lacks in is adjustability.
Sure.
Really making Ashley's job that little bit more intricate in the way she canters to the fences. She has to pick up a distance early, always to the fences. She can't make any late adjustments. So a tight turn there from 3 to 4, proving a little difficult today. But an exhibition of a round.
Wow, beautiful riding.
And well inside that time allowed, 74.41. Puts her into that top 25%. Currently in 8th. We will be taking through 9 horses, all our clear rounds, which at the moment I'm not sure that we're going to have 9 clears.
Yeah, for sure.
Very testing track set here by Bernardo today.
Number 18 up next. This is Oscar Ngube. He brings in Natural, Callahoo, Consigo. Oscar's produced this horse right from the beginning, all the way up the grades. Great to see Oscar in the 150s again.
This lovely chestnut son of Ocon Coriano. Very expressive jump through that double at 3 A and B. Don't know if some of our viewers can hear, but it's getting pretty festive. The champagne bar to our right. Renee Faris enjoyed a pleasant lunch there with some champagne.
Just a little unbalanced on takeoff there, but this horse is definitely new at this level.
Absolutely, and Brendan, I think something that will give Oscar so much confidence with this horse. We've seen him at 150 level before, Oscar,
sure,
but many a time on catch rides.
Yeah.
This is one, like you said, he's produced from the beginning. He
Good
knows
shot.
the horse backwards, and it's one that he's going to have for a long time to come. So he doesn't have to rush the job. He can get used to it, and you can see a firm crowd favourite there.
Big cheer from the groom section.
So 8 faults, that brings to an end his competition today. He won't be good enough to go into that second round. But Brennan, a really good showing there. And like I say, I think an exciting one for Oscar to have his own horse that he can keep, and he's going to have a good future with that horse. There's a lot still to come. I think that horse has a lot still to show.
I agree with you.
So
I mean, the little mistakes that he made a little bit green. You know, I think hitting the front of number 8, the horse looked like it took a step to the left. I think maybe as Oscar gets
Thinking
more
of turning,
a little bit more mileage, he'll make the horse stay straighter. There's always paying your school fees, as we call it.
So with 17 having started, we do have 2 clear rounds in the bag so far. Clear rounds sitting at 11%. That top 25% currently in 9th. Farnham's Capital Kronos to Mark Glixman, 4 faults, 75.50. So that is the cutoff mark. That is what our riders will be looking to chase down to get inside that top 25%. Viewers, we're going to take a short break while the arena party ready the arena for our next 19 riders that we still have to go. So don't go anywhere. There's a lot of action still to come.
It started with a stride in 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now that name evolves, Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research. Driven by science, backed by research, proven in performance, electrolytes, gut health, parasite control, muscles and joints, and much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
Welcome to the world of mid-feeds and tack and togs. South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
There you go.
Welcome back, viewers. Starting us off for the second part of this class, it's Michelle Fleming and number 19. It's Plastic Colors Master Batch Fit-In. Lovely to see this mare back at the very top of the sport, Brendan.
Michelle did a beautiful job there, just getting her down that double.
See, this mare goes with a little red ribbon in her brow band and in her tail, so obviously a lot to handle in the warm-up.
Lots of room there to the plank. Oh,
like we say, the lightest
The
toe,
lightest
and
toe.
that plank blows down.
I'm pretty sure that was the wind, to be fair.
Mare cross canters a little bit coming around the turn, but still has all the push at that talisman oxer.
Definitely the bogey jump. I mean, with all the tough, big, square oxes that Bernardo's put out here in this Grand Prix.
That all-power vertical with the spooky filler underneath has fallen the most, taken some jumping.
I would say another mileage round there for that horse.
I think just getting back to full show fitness,
For
Brendan.
sure. Yeah, Michelle is incredibly pedantic in her schooling and her preparation for these shows, so she won't be putting any excess pressure on this horse. I think that you've got to, as a rider, be very mindful if your horse is not up to correct fitness to take the pressure off.
And just to, like you say, know exactly where they are in the moment in their sport.
Sure, absolutely. I always say that the secret to happiness is low expectation, and I think as a rider, if you can acknowledge that your horse isn't really ready to give of its best, but still in the process of, you've got to sort of just acknowledge that that's where you're at and keep chipping away.
Michelle's trainer goes next. It's the great Barry John Taylor. He brings in number 19, Jeep Largo S.
Oh, man.
He's had a soft rail there, front rail of number 1. Gets up easily in the 7.
Again, I'm sure that in the back of Barry's mind, he's going to be getting this horse a little bit mileaged in the 150s for Ashley, his daughter. He did mention to me this was always a dream for him to have this horse carry his daughter around her first derby. I'm sure that dream is still alive and well. Gets a little stuck in his mouth down there.
Barry using his voice to the plank. Unfortunately, it still goes down.
Tiny, as he is affectionately known, got down that distance so easily. Barry was a little slow to the vertical. You just see how easily he gets down that 8.
When you see someone like Barry move his hand that much in front of a vertical, it shows you that this horse really takes quite a bit of steadying. He doesn't naturally bounce in the canter, could I say? So once he sets sail on the way to the fence, it takes quite a lot to get him back.
Absolutely.
Barry using his body perfectly there through the last double.
Oh, big pat as he goes through the finish.
Comes home with a few for time. Just the 2 rails down.
'21 up next. This is Rivendell Lamborghini, owned by the Rivendell stud, ridden by Nicola Sam Riley.
Another flashy son of Lisbon in the class. Lamborghini out of a Calvaro Z mare.
Yeah, I suppose not sporting the white face as usual, but definitely with the technique and the attitude of the Lisbons. See, 1 to 2 is almost another place where you could maybe make up a bit of time instead of dawdling like
I also feel like Nicola was just landed going there, turning right, moving along.
Wow, that horse's knees jumping the 3-3-4 double, jumping into the 3-3-4 double was exceptional.
This horse has textbook technique.
Always so well prepared
Look
to
how
push off
closely
the ground.
Look how closely she canted around that turn 2 fence number 1 as she makes her way around here to that vertical at 6.
She's gone on 8.
And it's worked.
You mentioned Nicola being trained by the great Gonda Beatrix for some
29 years, Brendan.
Wow. Could you imagine how much valuable information Nicola has picked up from Gonda in all those years?
29 years of Gonda Beatrix. That'll make you quick and effective as we're seeing Nicola go around here in just that fashion. Come on.
Having to work hard down that last line, but leaves it up.
Leaves it up early on after the break. 75 seconds flat. Inside that time allowed of 77 seconds. We have our third clear round. So clear round percentages sitting at 15% at the
Watch
moment.
this, viewers. Watch this horse's knees as he jumps in here. Wow, such an effort. Perfect techniques then, as you mentioned.
From horse and rider.
Horse and rider, and I thought that was a really gutsy round by both. I think that Lamborghini really tried his absolute best, and Nicola did an absolutely sterling job preparing him for the jumps.
So the cut-off point at the moment is Ashley Fox and 334 Franzi Yu in 9th place. 4 faults in a time of 74.41. We see Gareth Neal and Dot Toley, number 22, setting off on track. This mare has made a remarkable return to the sport, jumping clear in the first round of the World Cup just a week or two ago at Shongweni, looking a picture of health. At 17 years old, team from Paddock Woods have done an incredible job at getting her fit and sound and well again.
She really is a little acrobat, this mare. She really tries to contort her body out the way so that she doesn't lay a toe on these poles.
Soft rail jumping out the double. That little left-right movement that she does in front of the fence could be quite disconcerting for many, but Gareth knows her so well.
Didn't La Dolce Vita also do a similar thing? Gareth had a grey mare.
Did she? The grey?
Yeah, he also used to shift her shoulders a little like that.
That 8 strides. The horses have eaten up the ground in that 8. Time and time again we've seen it. And the riders by this point in the class would be well aware, so they're trying to steady in the 8.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe Zandi Mazeski had the right idea, just cruising down the 7.
Beautiful effort at the last double there. One for time, unfortunately.
I think after that early rail, it would have gone down to just schooling the mare around, gaining some valuable jumping before Saturday's class. See that little textbook trademark left-right that she did there in front of the bespoke by Kate Oxer.
23 up next. This is Blue Equestrians. Go to Blue. Amy Macau in the saddle. Amy's really put her hand up to be counted as of late. Really, this horse is an absolute show jumping machine, and she does a masterful job. They've got a really special partnership. Oh man, that was very uncharacteristic of this horse.
Winner of the Grand Prix at Kyalami Equestrian Park earlier on in this year. Sorry, Brendan, I cut you off.
I think that maybe the horses that have bumped number 1 have been a little quick through this sort of strange angle that Bernardo has put number 1 at.
You spoke about it earlier, about the riders having to get out against the fence and make sure that they're dead straight there.
I think just again, there's so many places that you can just have a little silly error.
I wonder, there was mention of this horse not jumping the full track today, using this as a preparation for Saturday.
Wow.
I don't know if we're going to see that.
That was an exceptional
there you go.
jump. There we go.
Called it. 8 fences, and that's a retirement from Amy Macau.
I mean, maybe just explain to the viewers a little bit your thought behind that.
So I think Amy's plan is to get this. I mean, her goal. She's currently second on the World Cup qualifier rankings here in South Africa. So her goal with that horse would be the class on Saturday.
Sure.
So she'd have 2 options. She could have jumped the 140s yesterday, but then she has 2 days off before the World Cup.
Yeah.
Or she jumps the 140s tomorrow, but that's the day before your World Cup. Again, not ideal.
Sure.
And then the other option is to jump the Grand Prix today, which I think Amy was quite keen on doing so she could see some bigger fences.
Yeah, yeah.
She doesn't want to empty the horse's tank and jump 2 rounds.
Hello, Connor. This horse has had a light bit of mileage around the 150s with Ronnie Healy, and then back with owner Tanya.
Double and the horse jumping really high.
Yeah.
You hear her coach Ronnie Healy encouraging her from the sideline there, saying you need a stronger shot in. Come on, come on.
Oh, little press now. Ouch. I hope that Tanya's all right. It did sound like she unfortunately hit the upright on the way down. I hope Connor doesn't go disappearing off into
the fault. It'd be quite
Petersburg
difficult.
Mountains.
Be quite difficult catching a horse out here. Just on behalf of our viewers, quick shout out to all of our sponsors of the live stream, to 334 Sport Horse Stud, Back on Track, Top Bet, Mark White Nissan, Country Life, Cheval Liberté, Epol, Talkcraft, Stride Equine Research, Midfeeds, Equestrian Affair, and Action Ford Mokopan. Big thank you to all those sponsors for bringing the show jumping to our viewers' screens at home, having the luxury of watching some top-class show jumping from the comfort of your own homes.
Does look like Tanya's back on her feet, thankfully. Not too much damage done there. Yeah, Sten, I must say, just adding to that, I think it is an amazing luxury to be able to watch top-class show jumping on your couch at home. That said, though, I'm quite happy to be out here at the Ranch Resort here on a Thursday afternoon, getting spoilt with some fantastic show jumping in the summer, or the South African sun, I should say. Not quite summer yet.
The sun is warm.
At
The
least the
shade
sun
this
is out.
morning was quite chilly. Andrew Olaf making his way in.
2 berths on the road at the moment. I have a vested interest in Andrew's business at Denton, as we're building our own beautiful custom-made truck. I seem to remind him of that fairly often.
He took a much softer line to number 1.
Definitely picked the first one that he saw there too.
And it was a good one too. He would have the time in mind here with this horse, Brendan.
It like impaled me and I thought it was my back.
Jumping left out that double and catches the wing, unfortunately.
Yeah, I felt like I was impaled, but I thought it was my spine and it wasn't that good. Oh my gosh. I don't know what was going on.
You were a bit deep on the first one.
Yeah, the first one, but then he thought...
And then I think he got a bit nervous.
He got nervous and he jumped off.
Yeah. So he just jumped the 140 on.
Exactly, which is on the left, and I tried so hard to get it. I could have just got on the long side and dropped maybe. So maybe I should drop there, could have got down.
It's also jumping a little left every now and then.
Like it was a normal 7. If you start going 6, then you're gonna.
Gives him room here to this tricky vertical.
Yeah, to really wait on that 8. It's amazing how quickly the horses have got down there.
And Cosmo's not a huge horse, but he has massive step.
I was going to say, he's a big stepper.
He has improved, this horse. Wow, he has come on.
I think if you saw this horse 5 years ago when Andy first got him, if someone had said to you that he would jump around a Grand Prix, there's not a chance.
No, never. And I think that Andy's got such a good relationship with him. He's so powerful in the saddle, Andy, but he's soft all at the same time.
And I think with the input of a professional like Dominic Alexander, who helps Andy a lot, it's a real winning recipe. Not the round they would have wished for today. That horse is rail jumping slightly less. Next, it's number 27, Karina MK. This 9-year-old mare by Carico out of a Continue mare. Michaela, a young lady who already has her South African show jumping colours, possibly getting up that 7 strides almost too easily, Brendan.
Yeah, look, I mean, Michaela's really young and has put a heck of a lot of work into her riding in the short time that she's been on this planet. It's got a lot to do with how she's been groomed by her mom, Belinda Martin, out at Penbrit. They take their show jumping very seriously. They take their care of their horses very seriously. Now, fantastic for her to get through these big Grand Prix like that. Couple along the way, but fantastic mileage nonetheless. It's amazing. I mean, not too long ago we were watching Michaela whiz around on her ponies, and now we can see her trying her hand at this 150 level. On screen now, we've got number 28. This is Jean Corba, and she brings in the fantastic Callahoo Lexington.
Third son of Lisbon that we have in this class. 14 years old. Lexington very mileaged at this level.
I mean, I want to say almost maybe one of the most famous sons of Lisbon. I mean, your mind goes to Lacado and Liantos.
This horse possibly been there a season or two more.
That was a bit unlike him. So many different parts of the machine needs to work for the horses to feel like they are 100% ready on the day.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Brendan, that there's so many components to getting the horse here right and ready. There's a massive team behind every horse.
Yeah, Jean just putting her hand up today. Maybe Lex isn't feeling his usual self, and she would know more than anybody. She's produced that horse. She knows him from the ground up. She's even a little bit looking at the ground, looking at his feet. She's definitely feeling something there, and definitely not worth making a special horse like that carry on his job if maybe he's feeling something.
He's a World Cup wizard. For him to have 3 down early on in a 150 Grand Prix, that's not him. That's not him at all. She already had an outstanding round with Callahoo Talana earlier, so she currently does sit in 8th place. That is inside our top 25% due to go through to that second round. Looking to put his name down on that list. Up next, it's Chris van der Merwe riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. It's 334 Brandon.
Chris just trots past the champagne bar and just mentions to everybody, guys, please stand still for a few moments. Brandon is a breeding stallion. He gets easily distracted. So Chris is going to set off here. This horse is so elastic, so light in the way that he moves, often looks weightless when he's in the air.
Elastic and electric.
Almost like a female version of Lorona that we saw in the class before.
A female version of?
Sorry, he is a male version of Lorona.
I thought maybe you were talking.
Doubles jump tough. It really has. You got to roll down there on a committed distance, and the horses really have to be careful.
I'd venture to say, who was it that we saw go out so early?
Wow.
In the 8 strides, Brendan, and the wide 8 almost looked more comfortable, but then obviously the riders are in for time.
Yeah.
Possibly they're flirting with a time fault, so they're being aware of that. Brandon giving us an exhibition here so far. I'm forgetting that this horse was 3rd in the World Cup qualifier 2 weeks back at Shongweni. So he'll have his eyes firmly set on that class come Saturday.
Does look like he's
first horse to really get there and balloon over that vertical.
Has he changed the mouthpiece? He used to have a little Hackamore combination now and like a little Portuguese
Portuguese
gag.
gag,
Come on, Chris. Yeah,
I think he had the Portuguese gag at the last show as well. 78.032 for time.
Oh,
puts him into 7th place at the moment. I say,
thereabouts.
man.
Yeah,
but
I suppose. This wouldn't have been the class that he wanted to win.
I think early on in the season, when you've been on the podium in a World Cup qualifier early on, surely that World Cup qualifying title
is calling your name.
Is calling you, I think, and someone like Chris would be meticulous in his preparation, so I think it's definitely on the cards.
I'm not sure where he could have shaved off 2 seconds there, Brandon, spending a fair amount of time in the air.
It was only 1.08 seconds outside that time allowed.
So 1 stride on the corner.
Hannah Gerber on track now. She brings in number 30. It's CDE Lorlock Picasso.
Talk about people that know their horse. Hannah's so good at giving this horse space for his front end. Unfortunately, there may be a fraction too much. He found the back rail.
Well, I'd even, for the sake of argue with you and say this horse new to his level. I think his second
Very
Grand
much
Prix.
so. Oh, yeah.
So possibly he just needs to find, think a little bit more about the back rail when she's giving him that space that he so enjoys.
And I suppose realizing that it's gone up.
There's that space.
She really has got it down to a T on this horse. Looks like there's another stride there. Big pats and a big cheer as she goes through the finish. Fantastic mileage for her.
Just the 3 down and really 2 tired rails at the end. Up to there, fantastic effort by CDE Lorlock Picasso and Hannah Gerber.
He really has been a champ for her.
Saw that plank for the first time today get a little rub and actually stay up. It's fallen for free all afternoon here. As we see Dominique Alexander, Soakley Z making their way into the arena. Soakley was the winner of the World Cup qualifier at Shongweni. So much like Chris, he'll have his eyes set on Saturday's class.
Super organization to number 1 there.
Soakley, an 11-year-old gelding by Hunter Skendro out of a Laranero mare purchased from Michelle van Eck.
Looked like he got a little quick down that distance. Dominique had to remind him to stay balanced, and unfortunately the front rail of 3A goes down.
Dominique will be putting up his hand. Calls it a day with Soakley Z, knowing that in just 2 days' time, he'll be fighting it out for victory again in the World Cup qualifier come Saturday.
Yeah, he wants to leave as much in the tank as he possibly can.
Yeah, the horse almost took off one back leg there at the vertical at fence 6. Lovely slow-mo, brought to you by the team from Equilive. Number 31 goes next. It's Kayla Nordia. She brings in Kaloho Conzano.
Another one who's enjoyed a fair amount of 150 jumping as of late.
We saw her earlier on Capital Hope, making just their second appearance at Grand Prix level. Conzano would be her front runner for this division. Kayla trained by Gonda Beatrix and Raina Korber. She's a stylish rider, Brendan.
Yeah, really, she's always got short reins. Her horses are always in a good frame. I think because of that, she creates good organization through the horses, and because of that, they can use both hind legs and their whole body to jump.
Now, she was a fraction wide there from 3 to 4. Took a little bit of time to get the horse organized. Hopefully she can keep the ground speed up. She's not going to run into time faults here.
There really is very little room to set yourself up. Yeah.
So, like, if you take one stride extra, that's already puts you outside the,
Sure.
one extra stride on the turn and you're outside that time
Yeah,
allowed.
yeah.
Just touching on what you said about the organization that she creates, she makes the horses very together.
Absolutely.
She has them leg to hand.
Leg to hand. You
all
took the words
time.
out my mouth. Leg to hand. Absolutely. Her reins are short. The pressure.
Is looking under pressure for time here, though,
3,
Brendan.
4, 5. Come on, Conzano.
Leaves the fences up.
Oh, another one that's done by the clock, unfortunately.
One stride too many from 3 to 4, and that puts you outside that time allowed. Easier said than done.
She is still in the jump off, though, at this stage of the game.
And well up in that jump off. She's the fastest one-time faults that we've had so far. Just 1/10 of a second outside that time allowed. May we say equitation at 150?
Yeah, for sure.
That's what we've come to expect from her. Nothing less. Nicholas Sam Riley returns for the 3rd time in this competition. This time on Sunny Park Stables in Suggy DB, previous winner of the World Cup qualifying series.
Insagi was having a little play there going to number 1. Nicola having to remind him that this is fairly serious work that we have to get done here.
The superstar stallion originally brought into the country by Renelle Gilbert from Manador Stables. 5-class facility set up there in Bridle Park, Kailami. Nicola struck up a fantastic partnership with this guy, and the rest is history.
Yeah, I must say the rest is history. I mean, his results have spoken for themselves. Just another horse that Nicola was able to get the best out of. She really is an unbelievable professional rider.
Look at the space she set him up there to the plank.
Ooh, jump number 8 for fun.
Oh, showing good care there.
Nicola was having to work hard to get him off the front rail. He was quite keen to keep moving down that 8.
4, 5. Leave it up. Easy as you like. 74-1. Nicholas Sam Riley. Sunny Park Stables in Suggy DB giving us our 5th clear round of the class. So Nicholas Sam Riley sitting on 2 for 3 clears. No small feat there. Fantastic riding by Nicola here this afternoon at the Ranch Equestrian Centre.
Yeah, she's clearly enjoying Bernardo's courses.
Possibly got her eyes set on something shiny that might be sponsored here by Bespoke by Kate.
I must say, just the general word around the showgrounds and in the warm-up arena is that everybody seems to really be enjoying the courses, the smoothness of them, the technicality of them. I think Bernardo has been absolutely nailing it as the week's gone on.
Someone that's really enjoying the courses with a win earlier here today already. Leona van der Merwe on track now. It's number 33, 334, Calaho Vedante. .334 Calaho Vedante by Calaho's Victory Forever out of a Diamant de Simile mare. Let me tell you, a little sneak peek or a little sneaky word in from me. I sat on a Victory Forever that's going to be on the upcoming auction, Brendan, at Calaho Stud.
Exciting times.
Am I allowed to say it might be my favorite without saying it's my favorite? This mare showing off the way she does.
Staying organized down that technical line.
She's a trier, this horse.
She really is a trier. 5. Oh, man.
Lightest toe on the last rail, 75.75.
That was so unlucky. She really tried her guts out today, that mare.
So with just 3 horses to go, Brendan, only our time falters still sitting in that jump-off round, that top 25%. 9th place currently occupied by Chris van der Merwe and 334 Brandon. 2 for time and a time of 78.03. So you cannot touch a rail if you want to get through to that second round.
Once again, I think it's the result that Bernardo would have wanted.
Words out my mouth. Yeah. I think, once again, perfectly pitched by the master himself. Just making sure that that plank is in the middle of the cups at fence 7.
I'm sure Stacey would have preferred him to give it at the upright, a little kick on the way past there, just to wedge it in a little.
Stacey Lee Weston goes next with her superstar mare, Western Farriers Lure de Mal. Fair for me to say that this little mare has stolen the hearts of many South African show jumpers. She's just an out-and-out little winner, isn't she?
She's a freak, actually. I mean, let's be real. She's not orthodox in the way that she's put together, but she has a heart of gold. I mean, if you just watch the expression on her face, her ears are pricked. Maybe a little keen today, if anything.
I think also the World Cup at Shongweni may have just played a role, might be sitting in the back of Stacey's head. The horse had a little spook at a big wall in the corner. The first time I've ever seen the horse not rise to the challenge. Stacey deciding to call it a day. With a few rails down. Possibly also with her eye on the World Cup come Saturday.
Yep, for sure.
Looking to save that superstar mare.
.36. Up next, Tack and Tog's legend, Charlie Ann Barford. Legend looking an absolute picture here this afternoon.
A lovely 9-year-old by Mr. Blue out of a Clinton mare, ready with a lot of progeny on the ground here in South Africa. He has very good looking foals, Brendan.
Agreed. I've actually seen a couple of them, really exciting. But I suppose just to speak about him as a horse, he's just like an absolute ball of power. Just the way that his hind end powers his body off the ground, his front end looks like you always say, it looks like he's cantering up the hill.
Looks like he's climbing a mountain on the way to the fence. That high knee action, big extravagant back end. And always perfectly piloted by the great Charlie Ann Barford. That's crazy there.
Charlie realized that he jumped a little high over that vertical, and in the air she was clicking.
But how amazing was his reaction? He landed and his step grew by 12 centimeters every stride.
Strange, they almost
didn't quite get the push off the ground that he would have wanted there. Really trusting him to a foot of room is Charlie, and he's jumping for it.
Yeah, for sure. I think also just off that really forward rhythm.
He's just grown into a whole nother gear of scope, this
And
horse.
I mean, he also is fairly green or novice at the 150 level.
I don't want to speak out of turn. I'm not sure that he jumped. If he did jump at Shongweni in the Grand Prix, that would have been his first one. So this is his first or second Grand Prix attempt. Finishes on a score of 6-2 being for time. Just that one back rail at fence number 5, where he just didn't seem to get the purchase that he wanted off the ground. It was an odd mistake, not one that we're used to seeing from him.
Agreed.
So just one horse left to go. No better way to bring to a close this first round of the Bespoke by Kate Grand Prix. Sean Neal, Caprice DBHZ go last at number 37.
It's been many moons since I've seen Shawnee in a 150 class, and I must say that we all got very accustomed to seeing Sean up in the bigger grades when
on the podium.
Yeah, when he had Gold Rush and Milano, and then moving on to Clyde. And he's been a little short of sort of 150 top end horsepower, but I think he was very particular about the horses that he wanted to ride as he got older and became a father of 2.
I think a rider like him that's got as many titles as he does, I believe the only title to elude him so far is the South African Derby.
The Derby.
He's won everything else, so he can be particular. He'd rather have nothing than a horse that he doesn't enjoy riding. I know he battles with his back a little bit. Sure, Catherine and Oliver and Sarah watching on closely from home.
Sure, Ollie and Sarah on the edge of their seats, shouting for their dad.
In between their preparation for the upcoming Youth Championship next week.
Very serious times in those juniors' lives.
5, 6, 7.
He really is a master,
He
Sean.
has his horses on a string, does Sean?
He really does. I mean, he was a top dressage rider many moons ago, but it's just his way and his body control and his support from his hands. He's going on 7.
Easy as you like.
It's probably going to suit
Save
this
him
mare.
a bit of time. He's got 10 seconds to get home. Uh-oh.
3, 4, 5. Big press. And he's clear. Is he inside the
Oh,
time?
how does it end?
Oh, you can't be serious.
100th of a second outside that time. Like 100th. I don't know that I've seen that before.
Me neither.
77.01. Unbelievable stuff from Sean
heartbreak.
Neal and Caprice DBHZ.
That said, he's
Does
put
he
himself
come back?
into the jump
He's
off?
in the jump off.
Yeah.
He has to come back.
He's got to come
This
back.
is this horse's class.
Yeah,
for the
yeah,
show.
yeah.
She wouldn't be ready for a World Cup yet.
No, for sure not. This is his class. This is he'll be back. That's for sure. Man, that was
We've
an
seen
exhibition.
how quick he can
Wow.
be, so that'll be exciting to see him through to that second round. We're going to give the officials a moment just to tally up those horses that will be coming back. In the meantime, just take a quick moment to thank the sponsors of the live stream, bringing all this action to our viewers at home, to 334 Sports Horse Stud, Back on Track, Top Bet, Mark White Nissan, Country Life, Cheval Liberté, E-Pole, Talkcraft, Stride Equine Research, Midfeeds, Equestrian Affair, and Action Ford Makapan. Big thank you to all those sponsors for bringing the live streaming to our viewers. So I think while the arena party ready, the track for the second round, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the very best, our top 9 riders fighting it out for top honours here in the Bespoke by Kate 150 Riders Grand Prix.
It started with a stride. In 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now, that name evolves. Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research. Driven by science. Backed by research. Proven in performance. Electrolytes. Gut health. Parasite control. Muscles and joints. And much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
It started with a stride. In 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now that name evolves, Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research. Driven by science, backed by research, proven in performance, electrolytes, gut health, parasite control, muscles and joints, and much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
Right, viewers, we're getting ready for this jump off in the 150 Grand Prix. There's beautiful shots there of the warm-up arena. Just want to give a quick shout out to the sponsors, bringing the live streaming to most of South Africa and around the world, actually. Big shout out to 334 Sport Horse Stud, Back on Track, Top Bet, Mark White Nissan, Country Life, Chevelle Liberté, ePole, Talkcraft, Stride Equine Research, Midfeeds, Equestrian Affair, and Action Ford Mokopane. So Shaitan Hendricks, the fantastic Callahose Larison on screen at the moment. Looking an absolute picture, I must say.
Going to be really interesting to see how these one-time falters go about their business here in the second round, Brendan. They can put together a nice quick clear.
Yep,
The rest of the
scoreboard
riders
pressure.
are going to, I love it, scoreboard pressure. We talk about it every time. It'll be interesting to see the sort of pressure that Shaitan can put on the rest of these riders. Let's see how he gets on, because it looks like a big open track, which will suit Callahose Larison.
And I think that will be the plan. I think that Ronnie would have said to Shaitan, come on, let's use your horse's big step to our advantage here.
He must be a stride less than everyone already there, that they would be able to go oxer to oxer.
5, 6, waiting 7.
He was so big though to the talisman. Check how tight he is back here. What a shot. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, he dares the stallion.
Inside. Tall vertical on the angle.
This is looking like an amazing round. Come on, Shaitan.
Leave this up, come on.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the last.
Yowzers!
What a round. Big smile from Shaitan as he goes through the finish. What's the time?
45.38. Whoa, what a round. How did that horse curl its body over the Peter Morrison sponsored vertical there?
I think that's one of the best rounds I've seen Larison jump, to be honest with you.
He just gets better and better and better. What an outing for that pair here today.
Yeah, you mentioned Shaitan only came here with one horse. He's got his eye on the prize. He's got his head in the game when it comes to Larison here.
Leaving all the fences up over 2 rounds. Just that one for time in the first round. But that would have put some major scoreboard pressure on the rest of the riders, Brendan.
Yeah, for sure.
So 45.38. He does have that one for time to carry through from the first round. But that'll be the benchmark for the rest of the riders to set their round against.
Yeah.
Sean Neal, the only other one falter to come through to the second round. 100th of a second outside that time allowed. Let's see how quick he can be. Chasing down that time, 45.38. Can finish no worse than 7th in his first Grand Prix outing with this mare.
And it's never done until Shawnee's really put the hammer down.
4, 5, 6, 7, waiting. And it goes down. Almost got there too easily in the 7.
He was using his voice as he got there, asking the mare to back up. She wouldn't have done lots of 150 Grand Prix jump-offs.
I think a whole different ball game, Brendan, when you get to this level, to be able to gallop and then still back up at the fences.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely something that the horses have to learn. They have to go through the motions of making a little mistake here and there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shaitan did 6 down there.
That is ridiculous. Because Sean was by no means hanging around. I know he'd taken his foot off the gas, but I mean, that horse was still running down the last line, running in 8.
Sure. So Shaitan's time looking pretty nifty at this stage of the game, even though he does carry through that one unfortunate time penalty from the first round.
First of our clear rounds from the first round. To go next, it's Ashley Healy. She brings in Hausberger's Sir Crumble. Hudson and Tommy, her 2 young ones, sitting watching on closely after their first outing at a show jumping show on the weekend. The pole on the ground at Burlington Cup.
It was serious stuff at Burlington the other day.
See if Mom can give them something to cheer about here today. Come on, Crumble.
6, 7. He does the 8 there.
But she'll roll back tight to this vertical, surely. Yep. Look how quick that was. Doop.
Come on, boy.
6, 7, 8, 9.
And inside again.
Clicking his heels over that oxer. Wow, she's taken a tight line here to the double.
Come on, Ash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more than Shaitan, but she's left it up.
45.56. So 0.2 of a second behind the time of Callahose Larison, but More importantly, she had the clear round in the bag from the first round. So
big
45-5-6, double clear for Ashley Healy and Hausberger's Sir Crumble. They go into the lead with just 4 horses left to go in this class. Leona van der Merwe up next. She brings in 334 Hayam Vilma for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. Just correction, only 3 horses left to go in this class.
3, 4, 5. She's also gone on the 8. She's added one.
Horse almost backed up over steady there all of a sudden. Leona reacted well.
She's quite quick there.
9, 10. Lays a toe on the back, but it stays up. Come on, Leona, it's your day.
I think Ash is a little quicker than her, to be honest with you.
I think so. Only saving grace for Vilma would be that she's quicker through the air.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Ashley's time 45.56. Leona's time 44.78.
Like I said, this mare is quick in the air. Leona van der Merwe has she left anything out there that the other riders will be able to be faster?
She is unbelievably nifty in the air. She's so balanced on landing. Leona can get her moving or get her turning so quickly. I suppose just the flip side when you watch Crumble, he's so expressive and elastic in his jump.
So just 2 horses left to go, 1 rider left to go. Rivendell Lamborghini and Sunny Park Stables in Suggy DB, both ridden and piloted by Nicola Syme Riley. So she's going to get a good go here at knowing exactly what it takes to beat that time of 44.78 set by the rider we've just seen, 334 Hayam Vilma and Leona van der Merwe.
Lamborghini can be quick.
Lamborghini, son of Lissabon, Carlos Lissabon.
Let's see if he can be as quick and as nimble as Hayam Vilma.
Nicola, always so well polished. She's quick against the clock.
Oh,
but it's an early rail. So at the moment, Callahoo's Larison will stay in third with his fast 1 for time.
Obviously, though, Nicola's still got
Insagi
one more
DB,
horse.
who would be her more mileaged horse at this level. This horse possibly having put in a really big effort in the first round, Brendan.
Yeah, for sure. He,
Oh, no, Nicola just doing a little schooling in between the fences.
5, 6, 7 to the last.
Crazy how Larison 6 to the last. And what did we say here to the Oxford? Did he do 7 or 8?
8, I think.
Others have done 9
10
or 10.
Yes, yes. So
he did 2 strides there, 2 strides less to the last than Sean, and 1 stride less to the last than anyone else. Yeah, just the time that horse spends in the air.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to get any quicker. It just shows
Sure.
you. I mean, he really left it all out there. I think he top performance, and then Ashley Healy with Crumble. You think Crumble, same idea? She couldn't have gone any quicker.
No,
anywhere
for
else.
sure not.
Just naturally the time that horse spends in the air.
The shot of Nicola and Lamborghini.
Leona using Hayam Vilma's sort of
Her
efficiency in the air
her
to
style.
her advantage.
Yeah, agreed, agreed.
She never has to hassle that horse too much to get quickly across the ground and quickly through those finishing beams. So we are going to just take a moment while Nicola changes horses. At the moment, our top 3 as it stands, Leona van der Merwe, 334 Hayam Vilma in pole position. In second at the moment, Ashley Healy, Hausberger's Sir Crumble. And rounding out our podium, it's Callahoo's Larison, Shaitan Hendricks. With just Sunny Park Stables in Suggy DB and Nicola Syme Riley left to go. What will they have to say about this leaderboard? Gonna give her a moment to warm up. We'll be back with our viewers.
I think Sten just going back to sort of Vilma and Leona and Crumble and sort of knowing your horse. And I suppose we can put Larison into that too, you know, that you've got to try and use what you can to your advantage. And I find that Leona knows that mare so well. As she lands, she's moving on to her next plan.
And she was the only rider to do 9 strides from the Talisman to that
But you
all-power
called it.
vertical.
You said that she was going to turn up to the Schweppes vertical really tight.
And she did.
She would have known that she'd added one there, maybe unnecessarily. So, yeah, I think just such good planning, such good professional riding. She really has. Oh, there's a beautiful shot of mountain ranges in the background here as we're hanging out in the African bush out at the Ranch Equestrian Centre here on a Thursday afternoon.
I think later on the week, I know we had an interview with Paul earlier on today, but it would be lovely to get him back in later on in the week, possibly before that World Cup class.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have another little chat about the facilities that they have here.
Yeah, it's so interesting that it's a family-owned business. I mean, I said it to you last night in our accommodation. You can just get the feel that it's owned by families. There's just the finishes are...
It's a very homely feel,
yeah,
not a hotel feel.
Absolutely, very homely feel. And I must say we've been treated like gold since we've been here. So big thanks to Paul and Jaylee and everybody at the Ranch Equestrian Centre for making us feel so at home. Tough now that Nicola's got to get off one horse onto another. I think the time limit that you get is 7 minutes. I stand to be corrected, but she's already going over some jumps, so it's not going to be long before we're going to see Nicola back in the ring.
So we see Nicola Samrali. She's just jumped her last warm-up fence. Had some fantastic wins here already today. Alexandra Wexler Snow, winner of the 110s. Then in the 135s, Leona van der Merwe took top honors. Those were 2 great wins. Also a win in the 120s was Robin Ellis, who will be the winner here and take top honors in the big one of the day. It's the Riders Grand Prix, the 150 Grand Prix, sponsored by Bespoke by Kate. Nicola Samrali, she's going to have the last say here this afternoon at the Ranch Equestrian Centre.
Fantastic prize money for our riders in this 150 Grand Prix. 10,000 reasons that Nicola needs to get cracking here.
Dominique Alexander walking past, cool as ice, 2 bags in hand, ready to go ice soak these legs. And Sagi looking full of beans this morning, or this afternoon.
He really is, I must say.
Fresh as a 5-year-old.
Yeah, he's looking well, he's looking ready for this.
Come on in, Sagi.
So the last horse in this 150 Grand Prix, Nicola Samrali and Inzaghi DB.
Hunting down that time of 44.78. Smooth and easy up the 8 strides there.
Massive kick out over that vertical. She's quick here. Oh, little rub, good turn. There. Oh, she's had it down.
Spells victory for Leona van der Merwe and Hayam Wilma.
Big effort there,
she
jumping
needs to
out.
be quicker.
Oh, unlucky there for Nicola.
However, Nicola does finish 4th and 5th in a tough class.
Yeah,
so good effort there by her 2 horses.
Tough class, and I mean, I think Nicola probably would have wanted a little step on the podium there, but unfortunately not to be for her today. What a class
mean
then.
That 3-3-4 Hayam Wilma, Leona van der Merwe take the win. Ashley Healy, Hausberger's Sir Crumble in second. And Callahow's Larison, Shaitan Hendrick rounding out the podium.
Yeah, Ash is on her way up, let me tell you. She's been knocking at the door. She's been chipping away. She lost her big 150 ride when Aldo got a little injured. I mean, that can obviously be a little deflating.
She's had the consistency of Gonda Beatrix in her camp for some time now, making the move from Ronnie Healy to Raina Korba, possibly working in her favour.
Well, look, I mean, it's difficult to get coached by your husband or your partners.
Especially when your partner is Ronnie Healy.
But I'm really happy for Ash today. I think I can still remember the first day that she sat on Crumble at Holger Hetzel in Germany. She always knew that she said that he gave a special feeling right from the word go. He came to South Africa. He really went into the open classes with ease. He's been super competitive in the 130s and the 135s, going through into the 140s, and now really staking his claim in the 150s. I'm really, really, really happy for Ashley.
Like we say, another fantastic win by Leona van der Merwe, who already had a win in the bag in the 135s earlier today. 334 Hayam Vilma, rising to the occasion yet again.
Yeah, she's a winner, that mare. She really is. You know, I think that when you get her on her day, you know, we speak about her style, the way she gets up and down pretty quickly. Leona knows her so well. Leona's super competitive, so as the mare does go, as she lands, Leona's always reminding her to get going. She turned really tight to that vertical today. I think she rolled the dice. I think it worked for some people, didn't work for others, but definitely Leona just knows how to win these classes, doesn't she?
And then I think well worth mentioning, Brendan, Callahow's Larison. His performance here today, Shaitan left it all out there. He dropped strides wherever he could. Fortunately, that one pesky time fault from the first round.
Yeah, and I think he's going to iron that out. I think him and Ronnie seem to have a good understanding of that stallion. I think they know what works for him.
I think you've hit the nail on the head. The system that they've got at the moment really working.
Yeah.
That horse is using his bodies in ways that I think he never knew how before.
And you know what's interesting? I mean, we know Ronnie very well. We're friendly with Ronnie, but he can be a very inspiring guy. You know, he also knows how to win. He can instill all of that in his riders. I mean, if you see how much success his pupils are having at the moment, that is definitely a winning system at RH Equestrian. But I mean, I said it when he jumped. I'll stand by what I say. I think that was the best I've ever seen Larison jump. I think it's the best I've seen Shaitan ride him, which definitely means that the understanding is gelling. They're starting to work it all out now, and I think that horse is going to jump a clear round in a World Cup in the not too distant future.
Just been sent a message here. I'm not sure whether this is for the top 3 riders of this class, but it looks like it is. Beautiful jacket pins sponsored by Bespoke by Kate for this class. Very, very sparkly diamonds there. So our riders taking the top 3 prizes today, being well rewarded by Kate.
I was going to say maybe Leona and Ash can put theirs on their jackets, and Shaitan could maybe give his to his wife. If it's got lots of diamonds on it, I'm not sure he'd like to be sparkling his way around the place.
I'm sure Evie loves all things glittery.
I did also notice that Shaitan's got quite a sparkly numna on Larison there. I wonder if Ivana had anything to do with that.
Actually, we had this conversation the other day. He said between Ivana and Shawnee, he's just accepted his fate. He doesn't try and resist.
He doesn't even look.
Just lets them put all the sparkles they want on.
Yeah, fantastic Grand Prix result here this afternoon. I'd love to have a little chat to Bernardo, who built this course. I'm sure he'll be thrilled with the results. Really exciting jump off. I thought that the way he pitched the jump off with 3A nipping, giving the option to nip inside, 8 on the angle to the Peter Morrison vertical. I think it's a little window, a little inside window into what could be coming. We've got all the championship classes still to come, and then of course the big one, which is going to be the FEI World Cup qualifier. I think it's going to be an absolute steamer of a class.
I mean, we say it so often, but Bernardo nailing it again. 5 clear rounds in the first round, 4 riders to finish with time faults, and then 2 double clears.
Almost
and
a perfect
1-1
result.
time fault on the podium. You couldn't have asked for better.
Oh, look, he's a master. I mean, he's not going to be building at Rolex 5-star Grand Prix and building at the Global Champions Tour, and if he wasn't
at the very top of his game.
For sure. And I must say, I would love to have a little chat with him when we get a gap. I know that Bob Ellis was a huge influence in his life, and I must say, you can get you get the Bob Ellis feel when you look at these courses. They are very similar in the way they're built. Bob Ellis built the London Olympics. I stand to be correct. It was the London Olympics, I think.
And built many a World Cup here in South Africa.
At Revel, actually, I'm sure.
Always a very interesting and entertaining guy to have around.
So there we've got a shot of all the sponsors that have jumped on board to make the Ranch Equestrian Centre World Cup qualifier everything that it's sort of hoped out to be. We chatted to Paul earlier, and he said that he's really keen for everybody to support this show so that he can put more back into the venue and more back into the arena and make it a bigger and a better show. And he said that one of his dreams is that it will be one of the shows on the calendar that everybody sort of tries to fight their way into, and I think they're well on their way to doing that, really. I mean, it has a magnificent feel here. I mean, it is a little windy this afternoon, but what a beautiful way to spend an afternoon show jumping.
I'm just going to put it out there in the universe to the powers that be. I wonder if we couldn't have a little Revel Ranch back-to-back week show jumping on the cards in the not-too-distant future. I know they are friends as
absolutely,
well,
and it would
the
make
Farees.
sense. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think that's what we used to do. We used to travel from PE and then go down to Cape Town, so it would make sense if we came into this neck of the woods to maybe go from the ranch to Revel.
Just putting it out there, guys. I think it would be a
I like
week
the sound
well
of
spent.
that. Yeah.
As we see, 334 Hayam Vilma, Leona van der Merwe taking top honours here in the Bespoke by Kate 150 Grand Prix. Just to run through our full listing of prizes there. Taking the win, Leona van der Merwe 334 Hayam Vilma, Ashley Healy, Hausberger's Sir Crumble in second, Shayton Hendricks, Callahose, Larison in third. Nicholas Sam Riley in fourth and fifth on Sunny Park Stables in Sagi DB and Rivendell Lamborghini respectively. Sean Neal in sixth on Caprice DBHZ. Three-way tie for seventh, Odiana van Berrimar, Charlie Ann Barfoot, Kayla Nordia Callahoo Conzano, and Lorette Knowles Taylor Oriopo de Emma. Rounding out our prizes in 10th place, Chris van der Merwe and the forever young 334 Brandon. He's looking an absolute treat at the moment, that horse.
He is looking an absolute treat, and I must say, if you asked Sean Neal at the beginning of this class if he would have been happy with 6th place in his first 150 Grand Prix, I think he would have taken that with both hands.
You think so?
I think fantastic to see Shawnee back where he belongs. Not too long before we're going to see him on the podium.
As we see our judge for the class, Miss Barbara Lovell, going out to present the prizes to our riders and their grooms. Big event here today. Second biggest class of the show, this 150 Grand Prix. So podium to be had as well.
Big congratulations must go to Ashley Healy there. Well done, Ash. Fantastic stallion. Crumble and Shepherd, her manager, standing there making sure Crumble behaves himself.
And lovely to have Kim Hausberger here as well, watching, one of Ashley's biggest supporters from Pony Days.
I mean, she's come to support and maybe be a granny for the weekend, so she can make sure that Tommy and Hudson stay in line while Ron and Ash ride.
Callahose Larison, Shayton Hendricks in third.
Yeah, really, I'm very chuffed for Shayton. Lee's where there, standing with his Biogen cap on, looking very chuffed.
What a poster boy he is, Larison that is.
Yeah, Shayton's not too bad himself. Fantastic result for that stallion. I must say he looked class today. He looked like he really was in it to win it. And I don't think it's going to be too long before he's knocking at the door with those World Cup victories.
I think title classes like SA Champs and the Outdoor Grand Prix are falling more and more into what that horse is going to be capable of in the near future. In Sagi DB and Sunny Park Stables in Sagi DB and Rivendell Lamborghini, Nicholas Simon 4th and 5th. Great efforts here by her today. And rounding out our top 6, like you said, Brendan, a debut in the Grand Prix level, it's Caprice GBHZ with the very experienced Sean Neal.
Yeah, fantastic having him back in the 150 prizes. I know it wasn't always easy with Caprice, and she came in, there was a little worry about her feet. She got stuck in quarantine, it didn't really go according to plan.
And I think as well, Brendan, a horse that wasn't 100% the same type that Sean had become accustomed to in Clyde and Gold Rush.
Yeah. Funnily enough, though, I did speak to Sean's manager, Mr. Thomas Makoko, and Tom assures me that Shawnee says that this horse feels like Clyde. So Thomas is very keen to see if this mare can fill those big shoes that Clyde has left behind.
For our viewers at home, Thomas also very keen on the youth champs coming up next week. He says this is just a prelude to the very important show coming up next week with the young Neils. Sorry, I've just been corrected. Sean jumped the Grand Prix in Shongweni.
Oh, super.
So his second outing at Grand Prix level. Thank you, Raquel. Always nice to have someone knowledgeable listening, able to correct us. Great pictures there of our podium finishers. Hopefully not going to be spraying any champagne on each other. It's rather chilly here this afternoon.
It is a little windy and chilly, let's be fair. Shaitan was ready to take his prizes home with him there.
I do believe those are the groom's prizes. Crumble looking very well behaved here this afternoon.
He's grown up, dare I say. I mean, I wonder. I have noticed.
Maybe Ashley has that effect. Ron's done a bit of growing up. Crumble's done a bit of growing up.
Ashley's done a bit of growing up. Yeah, maybe not so much growing up.
Crumble we're talking about. Lovely moment for these guys to be acknowledged for all the work that they put in to their horses, an integral part of the team. Being congratulated by Barbara Lovell.
And their prizes going out to the winning grooms. They'll all be chuffed with that. Look like they got some beautiful backpacks and some cooler boxes there. There's always a help at horse shows in the sun.
As much as her groom is the biggest supporter of her, Leona van der Merwe giving the biggest round of applause there for her team. So I think with all the formalities out of the way, next step is for Leona van der Merwe and 334 Heian Wilma to lead our riders off on a lap of honor. See Mrs. Rieta van Deventer coming into the arena. Looks like there's more prizes to be handed out, Brendan.
Oh, wow.
There you go. We have Leona van der Merwe leading them off on a lap of honor. Viewers, from me, Sten Muchner, that's it for today. I'm going to go catch Leona van der Merwe and send her this way for an interview with Brendan McNiven. We'll see you first thing, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for a full action-packed day of show jumping.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Viewers, I'm joined in the arena by the winner of the 150 Grand Prix here this afternoon, Leona van der Merwe. Leona, wow, I mean, you're really making a habit of winning. It's absolutely incredible. Your mare's been fantastic. She looked amazing today. She must have felt top.
No, she was unbelievable, Brent. Thank you so much. The first round, she came out yesterday feeling incredible, so I thought we're going to have a little bit of a dip today. And the first round, she came out and she was flying, and she's just such an incredible mare.
She looks like when I say the word fighter, she doesn't fight with you. She just like fights inside. She wants to clear those jumps. She's so nimble in the way that she does things, and she's so quick through the turns. In your jump off there, you added one which maybe wasn't part of the plan, but then just, as you mentioned, so quick and nimble like that. It must feel incredible.
No, it does. It feels unbelievable. She's got a very flat canter and a little bit of a round belly, but she wants to do the job. She comes in here and she fights for me, and she's just the winner. She wants to win and she wants to clear the jumps, and she just loves winning.
She really does. And I mean, we just chatted a little bit off air. Are you planning to jump the World Cup?
Yes, definitely. She did jump herself into the World Cup today. No, she feels unbelievable. I think once they feel like this, I think you need to put them in, and she's back to where we were a couple of months ago. She had a bit of a setback after Derby, but she's feeling incredible.
Amazing. Yeah. And I think it's so cool that you know her so well, that you can give her the time, and now that she really does look like she's back to her best.
Yes, no, she feels even scopier than what she was. I must say, she feels incredible, and I think the little bit of a break was good for her. Yeah, she had some time on the farm, there in the Midlands with Govard and A's on the at the stud and in the green paddock, and now she's back. Yeah, it's amazing.
I'm sure, Leona, that you're a huge inspiration to all the young ladies and the young riders around here in South Africa. Massive congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much, Brian. Thank you.
All right, guys, so that's enough from Leona today. I'm going to let her go and enjoy her champagne. Guys, we've got a stacked day of show jumping tomorrow. 9 o'clock is the kickoff. Join us then.
It started with a stride. In 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now that name evolves, Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research. Driven by science, backed by research, proven in performance, electrolytes, gut health, parasite control, muscles and joints, and much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you.